Hi, good evening. I now call to order the regular meeting of the Snowline Joint Unified School District Board of Trustees. Moving forward with closed comment or closed session. Are there any comments regarding closed session?
No comments at this time.
Very good. Then the board will convene to closed session. Good evening, and thank you for joining us as we reconvene from closed session. We have nothing to report out, and that will take us to Pledge of Allegiance. We all rise. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you, and I'll take us to community comments. Do we have any write-in comments through the website?
We have two, and I'll be putting those in right now.
Oh, there they are. Okay. Do you want me to read those, President Hernandez?
I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Can I have that card that Christina has? Please, thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Regarding public comments, the board president or chairperson will invite citizens to speak on any items on the agenda. In the interest of fairness and efficiency, citizens will be asked to give their name and indicate the item they wish to address. Citizens will also be invited to make suggestions and identify concerns about matters affecting the schools, which may not be on the agenda, or suggest topics for future agendas. Any individual who has requested to speak to any item on the agenda may be granted 3 minutes to make a presentation, with the total time devoted to presentations not to exceed 15 minutes. Any individual who has requested to speak to an item not on the agenda may be granted 3 minutes to make a presentation to the board, with the total time devoted to presentations not exceeding 15 minutes. The board president may, with board consent, increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation, depending on the topic and the number of speakers for or against a particular issue. The board president may rule on the appropriateness of a topic. If the topic would be more suitably addressed at a later time, the president may indicate the time and place when it should be presented. The board shall not prohibit public criticisms of its policies, procedures, programs, services, acts, or omissions. In addition, the board may not prohibit public criticism of district employees. And once again, just reminding all submitting comments online, we will only take those that are not anonymous. The first comment is from Richard Falconer regarding the mask mandate. The comment states, our daughter informed us of the policy decision to extend school mask mandate into the 21-22 school year. I find this to be beyond belief, being that I live in St. George, Utah. By looking at some of the CDC's own statistics, children wearing a mask is completely unnecessary. Here in St. George, masks were dropped near the end of the previous year, and there are no plans to have that changed. As more information has come out on this subject, we are completely comfortable having our grandson attend school with no mask. Should he not feel well, of course he needs to stay home, and if he should become ill while in school, we'll know he must return home. This is taking personal responsibility as it should be. I urge you to look at the actual data yourself to make your decision, and not, as it appears, follow a political agenda that does not serve your staff or the students well. Failing to follow policies that work perfectly here in St. George, Utah, and instead going the course you are on, I will urge the family to leave California as we have done and join us here in Utah. The second comment is from Sharon Whitehead regarding mask mandate. Dear Snowline School Board, many families are very worried about the upcoming 2021-2022 school year. Our children have endured a very difficult and challenging time due to COVID. They had their schools shut down forced to learn alone through their computer, and forced to wear a mask when the schools finally opened up. Many students endured the mask mandate because they were desperate to see their friends and to get a good education. We are worried because the California Department of Public Health has recently released a new guidance that goes into effect today. It states that masks are not required for fully vaccinated individuals, except in the following settings where masks are required for everyone, regardless of vaccination status: indoors in K-12 schools, childcare, and other youth settings. It goes on to note that this may change as updated K-12 school guidance is forthcoming, pending updates for K-12 operational guidance from the CDC. Snowline families need to know what our district will do about masks. What if the CDC does not change their indoor school requirement? Will the district follow the CDPH guidelines and mandate masks at school? Snowline families need to know if our district will do the right thing and keep mask mandates out of the schools. We ask you to join us in writing our representatives and imploring them to lift any and all mask mandates for schools. We need to know you will support teachers, parents, and students at any rallies too, even if we need to go to Sacramento. Please do what is right for students. Let them breathe fresh air. Allow them to see the faces of their friends and teachers. Sincerely, Sharon Whitehead. And that's the end of the comments, President Hernandez.
Thank you, Nancy. Do we have any in-person comments?
No, not at this time.
Very good. That'll take us on to item G1. This is resolutions number 211490 through 211538 in recognition of district retirees for the 2020-2021 school year. I would like to take a motion and a second to approve the resolutions as they've been presented.
Move approval.
I'll second.
Thank you, Member Berenger, and thank you, Member Flores. We'll do a roll call vote. Member Flores,
Aye.
Member Berenger,
Aye.
Clerk Loom,
Aye.
and I vote aye as well. That is the approval of the resolutions as they've been read. Dr. Holman, would you do the honor, please?
Oh, I would love to. Thanks so very much, President President Hernandez. And I can share with you, President Hernandez, I know you weren't able to make it in person. Thanks for being here remote. It's a real pleasure to see the individuals who are retiring in person here in 3-dimension, right, instead of 2-dimension. It's been a long time coming, and they certainly deserve everything that we're going to talk about, as well as give to them, and so much more. But on to what you first requested, and that is the reading of the resolution. It is absolutely my honor. And I'm going to read the resolution. Of course, it won't be with any one name. It's going to be with all Snowline employees, just to let you know, so that we can honor all 49 employees who have dedicated, I'll share with you the details in a moment, but dedicated their professional lives to Snowline and the students and overall learning community. So here's the resolution, and it goes as this. Whereas Snowline employees have dedicated years of service to public education in the Snowline Joint Unified School District, and whereas Snowline employees have made significant contributions towards the development and advancement of numerous students and their families, and has always put the needs of students first. And whereas Snowline employees have given countless hours without reservation or limits, and with deep belief in the goals and values of a quality education program, now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Trustees of the Snowline Joint Unified School District hereby recognize the contribution of all Snowline employees, which will have a lasting and positive impact on the children and citizens of the Snowline Joint Unified School District. Be it further resolved that with this resolution go warmest wishes for a well-deserved, long, and happy retirement. passed and adopted this 15th day of June, 2021 by the following individuals, and listed there are the four board members who are present. And I know I can speak for the one who was unable to make tonight, member Nathan Bristol, who would also concur with what was just read. So thank you for letting me share that, President Hernandez. And then I'll turn it back over to you and just take your direction in terms of what we can do next as we move forward.
I understand we have some presentations to make.
Yeah, we do. And I wish I could say all 49 employees are in this room. I would say the California Department of Public Health might have a problem with that too.
Yes.
So I guess it probably works out the way it should work out. But we do have wonderful employees here, President Hernandez, and I would love to honor them on multiple fronts. And just first of all, start with some information that I just want to share. You heard that there are 49 employees retiring. That is a relatively rare number. It happens on occasion here in Snowline. I would argue that at times we might only have 2, 3, 4, 5. And then at other times we'll have these large numbers. And it really comes in a bittersweet fashion, right? I mean, it's just so wonderful to be able to honor these individuals here, these 49, for all the contributions that were indicated in the resolution. But I want to just give you some details. Of the 32 CSCA employees, the classified employees, and the 15 STA or the certificate employees, and the 2 management retirees that sum to 49, that accounts for an average of 22 and a half years of service to Snowline. That's over 2 decades. Yeah, I mean, please feel free to cheer for that. Yeah, that's on average, again, over 2 decades of the lives of these wonderful individuals saying, I want to donate all that time in service of course, the Snowline Joint Unified School District. But most importantly, right, it's kids, you know, our district treasures, right? Each and every child who comes through the system. And I can share with you, back in 1985, I graduated from the school district. And so I know the benefit, the true blessings and gifts that are given to these students, because I received them way back. There's still a few, believe it or not, there's still a few employees who still work for us who were here back in 1985 and who truly made a difference in my life, not just at that time, but all the way up until my 54th birthday and beyond. And I'm coming up on number 55 fairly soon. So I say that just to give you firsthand the appreciation that I have for those who sign up and say, I want to serve kids, but most importantly, serve kids in the Snowline Joint Unified School District. Now, when we talk about those 2 decades, I want to share this number with you too. That accounts, you know, those 49 employees who are retiring account for 1,102 years of service to the Snowline School District. Over 1,000 years of service. I mean, that I think is an amazing number. And then when we think about all the individuals, you know, everywhere from, you know, single digit, but I want to bring particular attention to the Audreys who are sitting in the back there. Debbie has allocated 34 years of her life to a Snowline. And then that guy sitting next to you, I think he's named Terry, right? And I say that because I firsthand was introduced to Terry when I was just a kid, I will say, as a teacher, and I got to connect with Terry on a regular basis because I was slow getting my work done, and he was a wonderful custodian coming in and cleaning up all my messes on so many fronts, not just the messes on the floors and so forth, but probably the messes that I was creating in my own head trying to figure out how to teach, right? But I bring Terry, my attention to Terry, and hopefully yours. 42 years Terry is allocated. So I mean, everyone has their story, but the Audreys have allocated more than 3/4 of a century of their lives, those two right there, to Snowline. 76 years to Snowline. And that's just one example of all the stories that these wonderful people have, as well as the other 49, right? These stories that unfortunately are probably untold and need to be told more. I give you just those 2 examples because they're indicative of all of you and what you do. I'll end maybe this part of my comments by saying this. One of the activities that I love to engage in with staff members is to just have them reflect on their favorite moments back in their school days. And invariably, unequivocally, 100% of the time, it involves people, right? It's not, believe it or not, they're not talking about the Pythagorean theorem. They're not talking about diagramming sentences. It's always about people and how they were treated, how they interacted with individuals, how they felt like they were made to feel as if they mattered much more than they knew that they ever did. And that's because of the employees. It does not matter the position. It does not matter at all. All of you have had tremendous impact. And I so thank all of you and the other 49 retirees for what you've done, because you have just an indelible impact that we are so thankful for, and we'll never be able to give you what we probably should in terms of the service that you've provided for our wonderful, wonderful treasures who are our kids. So with that, what we do have are some presents for all of you. Nancy, I want to turn that over to you because you do organize that and you do a good job. Can you tell them, or at least give them a preview? I don't know if you want to give it away or not, but can you give a preview of what they'll be receiving, Nancy?
Yeah. What everybody will receive from the district is a resolution with your resolution number on it, and then just a plaque stating your years of service that you dedicated to Snowline and the students and staff. And it's really just a simple token, does not at all really, our appreciation to you is so deep. Honestly, as I sit here and look at those who showed up tonight, thank you for coming. I appreciate it, but I'm just looking at the people and, the retirees that are here, I know personally, and have, I've been with the district for almost 29 years. And so I love to see this happen, because just so well deserved and really so appreciative of each of you, honestly, and the honor it was for me to get to know you and to know when I hear that voice on the radio from the bus transportation, or I see that nutrition services worker or those custodians, or I get a call from the attendance person at Pinion Hills, whatever it might be. I love you guys, and I'm just so glad for you. So it's just a small token from us.
It is. And thanks for organizing that small token. And we're going to get those to you. But beforehand, President Hernandez, I want to turn over to you, because I bet there might be comments from you as well as the fellow board members before we bring up these individuals and recognize them. President Hernandez?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Well, first of all, I'm so sorry that I'm not in person today. Due to last week's events, our meeting was scheduled for that time, and months ago, my family and I made this plan for a vacation. So I am out of the area at the moment. So I'm so sorry that I can't be there tonight to join you all in the celebration. Just my biggest congratulations to all of you. Terry, I just got to meet you, and I'm so sorry that it was at this late of your career here. I understand that you have contributed so much to us, and I really appreciate you and everyone, what you have and what you represent as the Snowline family. So thanks so much to all of you. To the rest of the board, any comments?
Well, I greatly appreciate all of your years of service, every one of them.
Sorry.
Yeah, so we're just moving those over there. So yeah.
I'd just like to say thank you as well for everything that you've done. I know some faces look familiar from even back when I was going to school here, and I'm so grateful for everything that happened then, and just thanks for all your hard work and your dedication over the years.
Dennis, they're not here.
You got it.
Yeah.
Yes, I would just thank all you guys too. The wisdom that you all had and is now imparted to our students, and they're walking around with more clones of you guys and that wisdom. And I appreciate that. Because what we see as a great district is largely in part to what you've given of yourselves to our students. Thank you.
All right, thank you, guys. I understand you want to hand out those items at this time. Member Berenger, since I'm not able to be present clearly, would you do me the honor of assisting Dr. Holman tonight?
I would love to.
Yeah,
Thank
thank you. We're going to get up and do that. I know it's a little awkward in these circumstances, but I'm going to go to another microphone to make sure it does get recorded. So I probably should have said earlier, right? All of this gets recorded. And so I want to make certain that everyone can hear how much we appreciate all these individuals. So I'll walk over there now. Yeah, thanks for that. Oh, there we go. All right. Is everyone, yeah, I think everyone hearing me okay? Am I coming across all right?
Sound great.
Oh, great. So the first individual I'm going to call up, she comes to us from the transportation department. And again, I'll just speak real quickly to the value of every single employee. Let's talk specifically about our bus drivers. Kids see them first and they see them last, right? So you think about the individual I'm going to talk about here, starts a student's day in the best of ways, and then can end maybe a rough day by changing that around when the child is dropped off. And so can you join me in giving a huge congratulations for 26 years of service to the Snowline School District. Let's hear it from Marcella Gradias. Let's hear it for her. Congratulations, Marcella. Yeah, and if you'd stay up here, we're going to love it. One is embarrass you a little bit more, but two, so we can take a picture. So Marcella, thanks so very much for your service. Next, I have to remember to speak into the microphone. So next up comes to us as from Pinion Hills Elementary School as an individual. Again, we think about first contact. That's so very important. And this individual, as I see here, just to make sure I get the correct number of years, 23 years, again, more than 2 decades of service to us from Pinion Hills Elementary School, and has the role of attendance technician, right? Making those calls to families saying, how are you doing? Where are you? Can you come to school? Is there anything we can do to help? And she did it also very well. Can I have a huge round of applause for Lori Schaefer. Yeah, thank you, Lori. Can you stay up here too, Lori, so we can, yeah, thanks. Thanks, Lori. And in the, oh, sorry about that. And in the spirit of decades, right, for more than 2.5 decades, 26 years, right, over at the Heritage School, as well as our our nutrition services department. She has served, again, oh so very well like the others. Now let's think about this position, right? Now, first maybe on the bus and then at the attendance, and maybe the day is not going that well. Maybe it is going well, but boy, food can always change the mood for a child, right? But more importantly though, it's really the person, right? Let's be honest, right? We love our food, but it's really how it's delivered, because great food can still be delivered in a poor way and is never done that way. By Susie Baker. Let's hear it for Susie Baker. Thank you, Susie. 26 years. See, that's proof positive it was always delivered in such a wonderful way, right, Susie? Yeah, that was living proof how that food was delivered there, right, all the way. So next up, we've introduced her already, but we need to do it again, right? And I will tell you, we love having our families here, right? Our families on many fronts. Sometimes it's a mother and a child who works here, right? Husband, wife in this case, and that's just a superb custodian for more than 3 decades, right? Almost 3.5 decades. This individual served across the school district in the best of ways, and always did so in her role with a smile on her face and always did so in the kindest of ways. And I saw that firsthand. Let's hear a huge round of applause for Debbie Audrey. Debbie, can you come on up?
Everything he said is so true, Debbie. You always have a smile.
Yeah, I know, and it's so hard. She has it right now. I can tell by her eyes, but we just can't see with the mask, right? But we'll get to that in a moment. And then lastly, yeah, thank you there, Christina, for getting the last one, of course, and we've already mentioned his name too. More than 4 decades, right? 42 years. He was subjected to me as a student way back in the day before I graduated in 1985 because he started in 1979. And I don't just say this with anything other than just the greatest of honesty. I mean, he looks great though, doesn't he? I mean, 1979, and he served us in so many ways. What was that, Terry? Well, who he is he, again, had the longest service in our school district amongst these retirees for 42 years. And I would argue, and you tell me if this is true, Terry, maybe for the last 27, you said, Ryan, where's my watch? Where's my car that you're going to give me upon retirement? And I'm sorry I don't have that. I do have a bag here, though, okay? Take my car. Yeah, I do owe you because Terry, too, just like the rest of them, made a difference in the lives of certainly us adults, but also kids. I saw him serve kids on a regular basis, whether it be my own children who might have been hanging around at times, even more recently, right, Terry? To a long, long time ago, Terry was always about the best of employees. Yeah, I didn't mean to make you feel badly there by any stretch, Terry. But honestly, for 42 years, Terry, you did nothing but be the best of professionals, just like all these others, but did so with not only kindness being expressed through your mouth and through your actions, but really on your heart all the time. And that is just such a great quality. So without further ado, let's bring up for 42 years, just a wonderful, wonderful individual, Terry Audrey. Terry. Yeah, you got to get that there, Terry, right? Oops.
That's the least I can do, right? That's the least I can do.
So, gosh, Dennis, I'm just trying to do the math here in my head, right? We've got 75, we have probably about 150 years right here of service, just right in front of us with 5 people, right? Almost 150 years. And that's 150 years of just the service at the best of levels, right? Each and every day, because we all know these individuals, right? I know you guys would concur with me. At the highest of levels, serving our public, all of the adults, meeting our family members, community members, our staff members, but most importantly, the littlest ones, right? You served them oh so very well. Didn't matter what the position was. You did it at the best of levels. And we're so very grateful. So can you all join me with a huge round of applause for our retirees here? Lisa, do you mind getting us a picture here? Yeah, we need a picture here. So, and I think it'd be appropriate they take their masks off, right? Because I thought, June 15th came today, didn't it, or something? Yeah, I sure will. But let's get one with you. Love to. Yeah.
Now we can see your smile.
And can we get the board members up here now too? Is that okay? Yeah. Come on. And so President Hernandez, I'll go right back to you just with that recommendation. We could take maybe a recess for 10 minutes before we continue the agenda. We've got some cookies and desserts back there and some water, just so we can just say in the next 10 minutes, all that we want to say to these retirees before they leave. Is that okay?
That sounds great. The board stands in recess.
Thanks so very much. And we'll get back together here at 6:50.
There's just some refreshments. refreshments on the back. There's just some refreshments on the back table. Just help yourself.
Thank you for joining us again. The board returns from recess after excusing all of our retirees. Once again, very remissful to not be present for such a great occasion. Nonetheless, the show goes on. We'll go to item H for adoption of the agenda. Unless there's any items to be removed from the agenda, can you get a motion and a second to adopt?
I would like to pull, number 10.
This is for removing it from the agenda.
Oh, are you approving the agenda or,
Yeah, this is an agenda approval.
sorry,
Not a problem.
I'll
A
move
motion-
approval on the agenda.
Thank you for the motion. A second.
Second.
Thank you, Clerk Bloom. We'll do a roll call vote. Member Flores,
Aye.
Member Berenger,
Aye.
Clerk Bloom.
Aye.
I vote aye as well. And we've adopted the agenda. Moving on to consent motions. Do I have as they've been presented or any items to be pulled?
I would like to pull item I-10.
Item I-10 will be pulled. Anything else? All right, can I get a motion to accept consent motion, accept I-10?
I'll make motion.
Thank you, Member Flores. A second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Berenger. Roll call, Mr. Flores?
Aye.
Member Berenger?
Aye.
Clerk Loom?
Aye.
I vote aye as well. That takes us to item I-10. Member Berenger?
This is about the EPA funds, and it indicates on the resolution, in compliance with Article 13, Section 36, the Governing Board of Snowline has determined to spend monies received from the EPA as attached. What is being attached?
Yeah, sorry, my apologies on that, President Behringer. It's really just in the board item itself. Those EPA funds are specifically used for certificated staffing.
Okay, so are the minutes attached to this, or what
Yeah,
is
so
the
we'll
indicator?
get certified. We'll get certified minutes for this as well.
I see. Okay. Okay. Then if there's no other discussion, I'll move approval of this item.
Thank you for that motion. A second?
Second.
Thank you, Clerk Loom. A roll call vote. Mr. Flores?
Aye.
Member Berenger?
Aye.
Clerk Loom?
Aye.
I vote aye as well. And so, consent motion, we have just approved the minutes of the May 25th, 2021 regular meeting of the Snowline Joint Unified School District Board of Trustees. Approved personnel motions. Approved, very excitedly, overnight field trips and out-of-state conferences.
Haven't seen those
Get
for
back to some kind of normalcy. Approve intern teaching agreement with Riverside County Superintendent of Schools and Snowline Joint Unified School District. Approval of the intern teaching agreement between University of Redlands and the Snowline Joint Unified School District. Approval of educational fieldwork agreement between the University of Redlands and Snowline Joint Unified School District. Approval career technical education, the CTE incentive grant memorandum of understanding. Authorization to dispose of electronic waste by San Bernardino County approved material handlers and recyclers. Approval of the annual disposal of obsolete instructional material. Item I-10 was the approval of resolution number 21-1489 for the receipt and disbursement regarding the 2021-22 Education Protection Account EPA funding, and approve the district financial transactions, taking us to item J1, discussion of resolution number 21-1540, and I believe it would be appropriate to also announce item J2, 21-1541 to be discussed. And Mr. Chacon, if you can lead us in that item.
Thank you, President Hernandez. We have a visitor on site who you all are familiar with. Steve Gauld from California Financial Services. He has been working with us through this process as we have been looking to redevelop our CFD agreements, CFD 2005-5 and 2005-7. If you recall, Steve gave us a presentation a few weeks ago regarding these CFD revisions, and we are here for the second part of the process to present resolutions for you. So I'll turn it over to Steve, and maybe Steve can help walk us through the particulars. Thank you, Steve. I hope travel was a little easier for you this time. I think it was a 4-hour commute last time you came up here.
Yeah, much easier this time, much easier. Thank you. As Robert mentioned, my name is Steve Gauld with California Financial Services, and I've been assisting the district through the process of amending two of the district existing community facilities district agreements. When I was in front of you a few weeks ago, we talked about the general concept, which was to eliminate the component of the CFD that funded sewer facilities. At the time, it was written up as Baldy Mesa, but now is the city of Victorville. Reduce the taxes to the benefit of the future property owners, and put the development as a whole, hopefully in a better marketing position so we could see some progress out there. When I talked last time, we talked about the process, the technical process really being a 2-stage process, and this is the first of those stages. The resolution that you're considering approving tonight, both resolutions are very similar, just 2 separate CFDs. And what those resolutions do is it announces the intention of the board to hold a public hearing and special election for the amendment of the rate and method of apportionment. And in the packet, you'll see that there's a copy of what is proposed to be the rate and method of apportionment. The special taxes within the amended rate and method have been calculated by our office to provide the target level of funding to the school district. They've been reviewed and confirmed by both legal counsel as well as representatives for the developer. So everyone's kind of looked at them and agreed that these are the appropriate rates. What will happen if approved, what we will do is work with staff to notice the public hearing. And at the next time we come in front of you for the item, we'll be taking public comments from anybody who is affected by the tax to speak on or against the proposed amendment. As we spoke about before, there are no occupants within the boundaries of the property, and everything's been reviewed by the developer and their consultants. So we don't expect any comments or any issues. In addition to that, we will be conducting what we call special election, but most of that is just kind of paperwork that we'll do prior to the board meeting and present it to you. So in addition to kind of just, as I did right there, just running over the technical components, I did want to share a little bit of information. When we had to change the board date from last week to this week, it kind of changed our schedule around a little bit. And to make sure that everybody was okay, we reached out to the property owners and just wanted to make sure, hey, are we impeding your progress? And I'm happy to report that in CFD 2005-5, which is the property that's been sold to the national home builder, D.R. Horton, D.R. Horton has pulled permits for model homes, and they're out there building them. They'll actually be releasing for sale just this coming up week on June 19th. They'll start taking kind of orders for sale. They built the same units not too far in Victor Elementary School District's boundaries earlier. And then they plan to open the models on July 17th and have the first residents closed and moved in by September 21st. So I think that those are all promising signs that not only are we able to meet their timeline, but then the modification of the CFD is kind of, to a certain extent, achieving what we wanted to achieve, which is make it possible for some of these developments within the boundaries of the district to finally move forward after all of these years. So if you have any questions about the process or the details of the resolution, I'm here to answer them.
All right, thank you for that. If I understand correctly, we're going to have a public hearing on this coming up soon, Mr. Cohn?
So go ahead, Steve. Yeah, it'll be I think we're looking at July, right, Steve? But go ahead.
No, so the public hearing now will be scheduled for August 10th. The Mello-Roos Act requires that the board take the second action no sooner than 30 days and no later than 60 days from the initial action. So when we moved the board date from the 8th to the 15th, we had to then move the second board meeting from the July meeting, which is what we were originally contemplating, out to the August the 10th.
Okay. And so if the hearing is to occur, is it appropriate that the resolution is adopted currently?
Correct. A component of the resolution you're adopting today is setting the time and place for the public hearing.
I see.
When we come back, subsequent to the public hearing on August 10th, the board will consider the approval of another few resolutions to complete the process after the public hearing date. So what this does is simply kind of set in motion the amendment process to be completed subsequent after the public hearing and the landowner election is conducted.
Okay. Are there any other questions from the board at the moment?
I think my question was going to be, I think you may have answered it. So it seems like the way it's been drawn up now, they're more than happy to accept that on their behalf.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So we worked with the developer, their consultant, our attorney, and district staff to kind of take the goals of the developer and make modifications without injuring or reducing the amount of funding that the district would ultimately get. And we were able to settle with both developers on a structure that we felt was mutually beneficial.
So what is that agreed amount per square foot?
So originally, the minimum amount the district would receive from the mitigation agreements was $5.88 per square foot. When we did the math, though, on the tax amount and under current bond market conditions, the amount of money that the tax was really worth to the district, the value of the tax to the district, was significantly more. It was about $8.22. So when we did the modification, instead of taking it all the way down to the 588, which was the original minimum, we took it down to what you would otherwise have gotten out of the transaction, which is $8.22 per square foot. And that compares to current developer fee at the time, which was $470, which I think has subsequently been increased. But so you start at the level 2, back when this was formed in 2006, increased it to 588. And then now that we're doing the modification, we're at 822 a square foot.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And that's for both projects are being
05 and 07.
yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, doesn't seem like there's any other questions. So at this time, for agenda item number J1, I'm sorry, the board will be acting as legislative body for CFD number 2005-7.
Excuse me, President Hernandez.
Yes.
I apologize. You should read J2. I reversed the script.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I apologize. So right now, the one we're acting on is going to say on your paper, J2.
2005-5.
Oh, 2005-5.
Yeah,
I
sorry,
see
Mark.
that.
It's my fault for not catching it.
But that's still item J1.
It is, correct. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So at this time for agenda item number J1, the board will be acting as legislative body for CFD number 2005-5. Consideration and adoption for resolution number 21-1540, entitled Resolution of Consideration of the Board of Trustees of the Snowline Joint Unified School District acting as the legislative body of Community Facilities District number 2005-5 of the Snowline Joint Unified School District to change the rate and method of apportionment of special taxes of Community Facility District number 2005-5 of the Snowline Joint Unified School District and taking related action. This item will be presented by Assistant Superintendent of Business, Mr. Robert Chacon.
So my turn to jump in here.
Yes, sir.
So in 2006, the board took action to form Community Facilities District number 2005-5. The purpose of CFD number 2005-5 was to finance the cost of certain public facilities, including school facilities. The current owner of the real property comprising CFD number 2005-5 has now requested changes to the existing special taxes levied within the CFD due to changes in development and other financial factors. Specifically, the owner is proposing to extend the maximum term of the special tax, reduce the amount of the special tax, and exclude the funding for certain public facilities previously contemplated during the formation of CFD 2005-5. The resolution before the board this evening states the board's intention to make such changes to CFD number 2005-5 and schedules a public hearing and special tax election for the August 10th board meeting.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chacon. From the board, is there any discussion?
No.
Hearing none, do I have a motion to approve resolution number 21-1540?
Move approval?
Could you
Thank you, Member Berenger. A second?
Steve, do we need to say it exactly as?
No, it's good.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
thanks.
Sorry, Christina.
All second.
Thank you, Member Flores. A roll call float. Member Flores?
Aye.
Member Berenger?
Aye.
Clerk Kalum?
Aye.
I vote aye as well. The board will no longer be acting as the legislative body for CFD number 2005-5. The board will now be acting as the Board of Trustees of Snowline Joint Unified School District. At this time, do we need to open for J2 in the same manner, Ms. Knapp?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, for agenda item number J2, the board will be acting as the legislative body of CFD number 2005-7. Consideration and adoption of resolution number 21-1541 entitled Resolution of Consideration of the Board of Trustees of the Snowline Joint Unified School District acting as the legislative body of Community Facilities District number 2005-7 of the Snowline Joint Unified School District to change the rate and method of apportionment of special taxes and of improvement area B of Community Facilities District number 2005-7 of the Snowline Joint Unified School District and taking related action. This item will be presented by the Assistant Superintendent of Business, Mr. Robert Chacon.
Thank you, President Hernandez. In 2006, the board took actions to form Community Facilities District number 2005-7. CFD number 2005-7 includes two improvement areas, Improvement Area A and Improvement Area B. The purpose of CFD number 2005-7 was to finance the cost of certain public facilities, including school facilities. The current owner of the real property comprising Improvement Area B of CFD number 2005-7 has now requested changes to the existing special tax levied within Improvement Area B due to the changes in development and other financial factors. Specifically, the owner is proposing to extend the maximum term of the special taxes, reduce the amount of the special taxes, and exclude the funding for certain public facilities previously contemplated during the formation of CFD number 2005-7. The resolution before the board this evening states the board's intention to make such changes to Improvement Area B and schedules a public hearing and special tax election for the August 10th board meeting.
Very good, sir. Thank you very much. Any additional discussion on CFD number 2005-7?
No.
Thank you, board. Do I have a motion to approve this resolution number 21-1541?
Move approval?
Thank you, Member Berenger. Can I have a second?
All second.
Very good. We'll do a roll call vote. Member Flores,
Aye.
Member Berenger,
Aye.
Clerk Kalum,
Aye.
and I vote aye as well. The board will no longer be acting as the legislative body of CFD number 2005-7. The board will now be acting as the Board of Trustees of the Snowline Joint Unified School District. All right, very good. Any additional discussion to the topic?
President Hernandez, I'd just like to thank Steve Gold. Boy, he's been, again, I think I called him an FOS, right, friend of Snowline for a number of years. Thanks so very much, Steve. You've been outstanding in all and all of your, connections with us and your work. Thanks so very much. Glad that it wasn't 4 hours, but it's still a long drive. It shows your dedication. We greatly appreciate that. And thank you so much. Until next time, please take care.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you, Steve.
All right, very good. That'll take us to item J3, a public hearing regarding adoption of the district's 2020-2021 general fund budget. Mr. Chacon.
All right, thank you, President Hernandez. I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen with the group. So I will go ahead and send this PowerPoint out to you guys as well. We'll post it on our website for them to have it as well. I am going to do my best tonight. There are a lot of moving parts to this year's budget. I honestly can't believe how quickly this year went by. I feel like it was honestly like yesterday we were just having that really difficult conversation talking about a negative 10% contribution to LCFF and 50% cuts to our categorical programs and just this horrible budget outlook. So here we are a year later, and although it's not completely fixed, but man, it looks a lot better. Holy smokes. The governor has committed to in-person learning and has been able to, supply us with additional funding to get open for the 2021 school year. So I kind of broke this up in two sections tonight. We're going to first really just start with all those one-time monies. We'll talk a little bit about the May revision and what the governor has in store for us. And we'll kind of do like a 30,000-foot flyover of what that looks like. And then we're going to kind of dive into those one-time monies. Those one-time monies make our budget look really different just because of the timing of when those funds arrive and when we have to use them by and when we have to account for expenses and revenue. So I'll kind of touch on all of that as we go along. So just know that we're going to start with that one-time money, all those funds, and then we're going to roll into what budget adoption looks like, okay? I guess I should have moved to this slide while I was talking through my spiel. So that's what we're doing tonight. Okay, so the governor's May revision. So we have been eagerly awaiting that May revision. Actually, today he was supposed to come out with a signed budget. That was supposed to happen today. I don't think it did. I didn't see anything or hear anything. I could be wrong, but I didn't see anything come out. But it was supposed to happen today. So I was hoping it was going to happen in the morning so I could have some good updates for everybody this evening. But nonetheless, it sounds like the legislature and the governor are really working together on this year's budget. There was already agreement on the super COLA, right? That's what they're calling it, that 5.07 super COLA moving into next school year. If you remember, we were at a negative 10% COLA right this time last fiscal year. So that 5.07 super COLA, extremely helpful and beneficial for a lot of us. Governor's committed to supplying additional funds to our supplemental and concentration grants, which is really, really helpful because if you think about distance learning and the impact on our social or on our supplemental and concentration, those students who kind of fall into that realm, those kids are really going to need the support to get us moving into next school year. Really a big commitment out of the state and the feds, to be honest, on expanded learning time. They're really looking to us to provide additional learning opportunities and tools for students above and beyond the normal school day. So we'll talk a little bit about that as well. Some one-time fund commitments from him, looking to pay down most of the deferrals moving into 21-22. We will still have that June deferral so far. We're kind of eagerly awaiting for that. We're hoping that goes away. And he's also committed some additional one-time funds to get schools back open, health and safety for school sites for reading. Some of the big pieces that we were really surprised to see was that unemployment insurance increase. That was pretty substantial. We're still trying to quantify that dollar amount, but it's over like 1,000% increase, right? I think it was, it's always less than 1 and it's over 1 at this point. So a pretty substantial increase. We're trying to quantify that. And we think that's kind of what we were waiting for today. We think that's going to go, rumor has it that that's going to go away, that unemployment insurance increase. And so is that June deferral. That's going to go away as well. So we're kind of just kind of waiting to see what happens with those. Another big piece that's included in his budget package is that no extension of distance learning into next school year, right? So essentially they're saying, hey, all of those, distant learning executive orders and all of that stuff is going to go away on June 30th, the end of the month. So luckily for us, Snowline is poised to support those students who still want that distance learning experience. And, we will be able to utilize Snowline Academy to support those students in distance learning. And then once again, he's really committing to that full-time in-person instruction. And like some of the public comments we heard this evening, we're not sure yet what that's going to look like. We're still awaiting some additional guidance, but nonetheless, I think he's been quoted several times really talking about that commitment to full-time in-person instruction. So that's kind of the big picture from him, moving us into the next school year. So I kind of we're going to start back all the way in 1920. Because that's when some of this COVID funding started coming down our way. So these pots of money are, out in the public's eye. They're called a lot of different things, right? COVID relief money, ESSER money, GEAR money, the coronavirus money. These are all of the different one-time funding that was provided to us throughout the pandemic. Some of it was in 1920, and I'll talk a little bit about that. We're going to dive into each one specifically. I'll let you guys know how much money we've received, how much money we should receive, when it's due by, when we've spent it, and what we've kind of spent it on, or what it can be spent on. So we're going to look at each of these sort of individually, but this is just generally the, kind of the big picture. These are all of the different pots of money that were provided to us throughout the pandemic. So we'll start with that ESSER money. That was kind of the first rollout, if you remember. I think it was December. Back then it was President Trump, I believe, signed the coronavirus relief act, and this ESSER 1 money was kind of included in that. And so we were initially looking at just $1 million out of that ESSER 1 money, and we received about half of it so far. And this is where it's going to get a little. I'm going to try to keep us on the straight and narrow here, because it's all about timing with this money. And if you guys look through that SACS document and that multi-year projection that was I kind of pulled out of the SACS documentation for the board item, you'll notice that the revenue to expense next year is pretty daunting, right? I think we're $93 million revenue and 106 or 8 expenses. So it looks like we're really deficit spending in the 21-22 school year. We are technically deficit spending, but what happens is we received a lot of these funds in 2021. So the revenue was accounted for in 2021. We didn't spend it in 2021, and so now it's going to be spent in 21-22. So it shows up as expense in our ledger, not revenue. Okay, so the revenue was already accounted for. So as we move forward, we're just showing expense. So ESSER 1, for example, right? So we have to spend this $1.1 million by September 30th, 2022. We've received about $500,000 of that money, and we've already spent about $318,000. So all of those revenues and expenses that we've received, that showed up in 2021. So you won't see that in the 21-22 budget, okay? ESSER 2, that one, we have to spend that money by 2023. We're looking at just over $5 million in ESSER 2 money, and we have received none of that money at this point. And these expenses show up in, oh man, sorry. Let me fix that really quick. And so these expenses show up in 21-22. So that is why there is that big adjustment in expenses to revenue. So
You're
revenue
not sharing screen anymore.
Yeah, sorry, I was fixing it,
Oh, okay.
and I'll get it right back to you. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
All right, there we go. Okay, so that ESSER 2 money, we have to spend that by, like I said, September 30th, 2023. We're supposed to get just over $5 million. We've received none of that money as of yet. And our expenses, they show up in the 21-22 school year, but we had to account for that revenue in 2021. So that is just the way that these grants are written and the way the county wants us to account for these monies in our budget. ESSER 3, that's the latest and greatest, right? The American Rescue Plan Act, some significant money coming out of this one. This will be the biggest coronavirus relief provided to us. This was the one recently signed by the new administration, the Biden administration. We have till 9/30/2024 to spend this money, and we're going to receive, just around 8 million, 8.5 million total for the ESSER 3 money.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that number.
Yeah, so we're going to get, it's kind of two parts. There's two different resource codes for ESSER 3. And I'll talk about kind of what we can use these monies for. But ESSER 3, we're going to get about $7 million specific to ESSER 3 use. And then specific to learning loss, we're going to get another $1.7 million. And so it's the same big pot of money, but they're making us spend it in two different ways, if that makes sense.
Was
So,
that 7 million and 1.7?
yes, correct. Yep.
Got it. Thank you.
And so all of this money is one-time restricted money, right? And so it's not like we can just go spend it on whatever we want to spend it on. We have to provide expense reporting. We have to, and we'll talk a little bit about what that looks like. There are a lot of rules that we have to follow for all of these different pots of money. The ESSER money, for the most part, really supports, this is just generally speaking, right? But really just supports the notion of supporting kids during that distance learning process, right? That's why ESSER 1 and ESSER 2 rolled out. That was to kind of get the ball going for distance learning, technology, hotspots. It was used for, to help supplement for our nutrition services department, right? So like our nutrition services, think about how they operate, right? They went to being able to operate on 12 school sites, providing, thousands of meals a day to literally cutting their revenue stream into about a third, but still having the same expenses, right? Still having the same payroll expenses. So we had to be able to support those programs with funds elsewhere. They weren't able to support themselves, rightfully so. So a lot of that support came out of these ESSER monies. So the next pot, and we've used all of the, well, for the most part, most of these funds. These funds were also kind of in the very beginning, really trying to get us through this school year, right? So this was like licensing and software, PD training. We threw like technology in here as well, additional tutoring hours, overtime. All that stuff kind of got rolled up into this one-time funding. So these four pots of money, that's the GEAR, the Governor Emergency Relief dollars. And we had to spend that money by December of 2022. And that actually, we were originally told that we had to spend that money by December of 2021. So all of us schools kind of frantically, went and utilized that money to help support our students. And then I believe it was like December 18th. They said, "Oh, just kidding. We'll push it back a year." So by that point, we had already utilized these funds, and we're all kind of looking at each other a little confused. But nonetheless,
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Are these one-time funding sources from the state?
Yes, state funds, correct.
Thanks.
Yep. So you'll see all of these revenue and expenses in the 2021 budget, right? So you won't see them in the updated 21-22 SACS documentation. So just real quick, because we've already utilized these funds for the most part, that gear money, CRF learning money, that was at 5.8. That was that big chunk of change that really helped get the ball going. If you notice, a lot of these pots of money are I don't want to say they're not substantial, because it is a substantial amount of money, but to really push the envelope and to get distance learning going, it was that CRF learning loss. It was those dollars that really helped us navigate the opening of distance learning for the 2021 school year. So SB 117, that was just some trailer bill language from the governor as well. So we've spent most of that. That will also be seen in our 2021 financials. And learning loss mitigation, 637,000. We've received all of those monies and expensed all of that money, and that's also in the 2021 school year. So these are the ones that are on the horizon for us that are pretty prescriptive. And if you guys remember, Ellen brought the expanded learning opportunities plan to the group, right? And so that's what this money is allocated for. And I have a screenshot of that at the next slide, so we'll talk a little bit about that. In-person instruction grant, that was from the state, that was from the governor, if you remember. I think that rolled out in like February. He wanted to get schools back going in some type of in-person format, so he put out the in-person incentive instruction grant, and so we were able to meet the obligations of that grant requirement. So we're looking to receive about $2.4 million. We've received roughly half of that. That revenue was received in the spring because we did reopen, and we'll get the rest of that revenue this year. And so you'll see those expenses as well in the 21-22 school year. The ELO grant, same thing. Not a lot of time, if you notice, right, to spend that money. 8/31 of 2022. That's basically giving us this school year to spend this money. So we're looking at about $4.9 million in the ELO grant. We've received about half of that, and just expense a little bit of it, $65,000. That revenue, that 2.4, you'll see it in the 2021 school year, and you'll see the expenses in the 21-22 school year. So that ELO grant, like a lot of these, right, is pretty specific on what we can and can't do with that money, again. And so here's our ELO plan, if you remember, right, extending instructional learning, accelerating progress, close learning gaps, integrated student supports, and then academic services for our kids, PD training. So it's really each fund has a specific purpose. And so we're trying to use those funds in such a way to support the purpose and the intent of those dollars. So each fund has different reporting requirements, different reporting deadlines and timelines, and different apportionment timelines. And this is where it gets a little tricky for us is, so if you recall, we did not move forward with the trans. We were able to, sustain our cash through the school year. You'd be happy to know we didn't bounce any checks this year. So we were able to make it through, which is awesome. I mean, just a testament to Leadership Council, the leadership group, that group being so understanding with the business office and really working with us to really monitor our cash and our cash flow. We couldn't have done it without that group really supporting the cause. So I just appreciate them so much. But the apportionment timeline for a lot of these funds, it's kind of all over the board. I started to put a schedule together to present tonight, but it's just all over the place, to be quite honest. And even more so, it hasn't been real reliable. We've been told, hey, you're going to get your first apportionment in March or April. And, on some of those, you can see even that ESSER money, right? That ESSER 2 money, we haven't received anything, and we were supposed to get money back in February. So, it's kind of a little bit of a crapshoot on when we're going to get some of those monies. So we're always a little hesitant, definitely conservative. I'm not one to spend money before we get it, because I want to make sure that if we are getting it, it's landing in the right fiscal year, and we're spending that money appropriately for those funds. And then once again, different allowable uses, right? Each group has a different allowable use. In the PowerPoint presentation I sent you guys, each title, right? In-person instruction grant, it's a hyperlink. You can just click it and it'll take you to the CDE page, and it'll kind of let you know, hey, you can spend this money on these items, right? There's an FAQ usually in there, or some frequently asked questions. So you'll be able to go through and just click the hyperlinks of each title, and it'll let you know kind of what each of those monies can be used for. Some of them similarly, right? Those ESSER monies can similarly be used. But some others are pretty specific. These in-person instruction grant, expanded learning opportunities grant, pretty specific to those pots of money. And then attached with a lot of these funds are accountability, right? So assurances, that expanded learning opportunity grant, right? We talked about that. That's directly attached to those ELO funds. We have to report on those funds, tell them what we're spending it on and how we're spending it. Same with the learning continuity and attendance plan. We have to do that early on. And now moving forward with the ESSER 3 money, which I need to work on this week, we have to do an addendum to our coronavirus safety and operation plan. So I have to work on that and get that up to CDE this week as well. So a lot of moving parts with that one-time money. Overall, it's been a godsend for us, to be quite honest. Getting us open for the 2021 school year without those funds would have been almost impossible. So I'm extremely grateful for the foresight from the federal and the state level to realize that schools were not equipped to quickly transition into a distance learning environment, and then providing us with some support to make that happen. So it has definitely been a blessing for us in our district. So any questions on one-time funding before we move on into budget? And feel free to jump in whenever as we move into budget. I just felt like I needed to give you a quick overview on one-time funding because the budget looks, it looks different, right, with this influx of cash and expenses. So
I have a question and a comment.
Sure.
My question is, when do we expect ESSER 2 and 3?
ESSER 3, we don't know, not yet. I just filled out the assurances for ESSER 3 just a few weeks ago. I think they were actually shooting for a June apportionment, but I don't think that's going to happen since we're halfway through. And the assurances were supposed to be released, I think, back in May, and they were pretty late. They were into June, that first week of June, when those came out. So if I'm a betting man, I think we'll see that money maybe in August or September. And ESSER 2, we should have received a lot of that money already. We should have had an apportionment in the springtime, and we didn't. So we're not sure what's going on with that ESSER 2 money.
Huh. And my comment is thank you very much for sharing this with us and breaking it down, and the hyperlinks. Love that.
Yeah, no problem. And let me know. I mean, this is the public hearing piece, right? So if we come back at the next board meeting and you have some questions, or between then, just feel free to reach out and we can go through it. So
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Okay, so here we are for budget, right? So 21-22 adoption. This has been a very interesting adoption process. My second adoption process. So if you recall, my first adoption process was, we were falling off a cliff, and here we are at my second adoption. I just want something in the middle. Can I get something in the middle? I don't know. So here we are for the second adoption. Just kind of the highlights, right? The things that we really take into consideration as we're developing our adoption. That's ADA. That gap percentage is 100%. And I'm actually going to remove that moving forward because I don't think that's going to change. But just a big kudos to the group, Nutrition Services, Alan's group, all of our site secretaries and leadership. That unduplicated percentage up over 70%. That's our 3-year average. That has never happened in our district. For a 3-year average, we've had some singletons, right? These last couple of years, we've been really, really working hard at those educational benefit forms and making sure that our students and parents have access to that, and they're filling those out and getting them back to us. But these are the benefits of those educational benefit forms. So our unduplicated percentage up over 70% for our 3-year average, which is definitely a milestone for us. So appreciate everybody's work and our parents for doing the work, right? Filling it out and getting it back to us. It's so important. So thank you for that. And then we look at COLA, and like I had mentioned earlier, that 5.07% super COLA. So some things about enrollment, right? We're still projecting a declining enrollment. I have a graph coming up here in the next slide that's we'll talk a little bit about enrollment. But wow, that is just a moving target right now with COVID-19 and coming out of the pandemic, right? And really trying to navigate who's coming back and how they're coming back, right? So we had a huge influx of students move over to Snowline Academy. We're trying to figure out where those students are going to land this school year, make sure that they're going to come back to Snowline. But a lot of people moving, right? Just a lot of movement in and out of jobs, in and out of homes and locations. And so Dennis, I wouldn't even try to pretend I could explain your enrollment or staffing spreadsheet to anybody because it is just absolutely mind-boggling how he's able to figure out all of these enrollment projections. And he's pretty close, I might add. I think from last year's projection, we pulled the numbers this week. When we were doing budget adoption going into COVID, right? Like that was pretty uncertain. And I think we were eight students off. See, so I mean, pretty darn good job. Just one more plug for you not to go anywhere and for you to stay. But definitely appreciate you and working those enrollment. And we're gonna look at kind of our historical enrollment here in a few seconds. So that STRS and PERS rates, right? So here are STRS and PERS rates. We had some relief last year on STRS. Governor invested some money into that program, and he's going to do the same thing this year. So we're going to get a little bit of relief again in STRS, and the same thing in PERS, right? But you can see those years out in PERS, they're just huge increases. 26%, then up to 27%. So that's a pretty big jump. That's going to be a little shocking because, he's provided relief these last 2 years, and those increases that were supposed to take place in PERS didn't. But that 22-23 year, that is still in line to take place for that increase at 26.1%. So maybe we'll get some relief as well. But fingers crossed for that. Be great if we could really know ahead of time if that was actually going to happen. And then, no surprise to the group, right? That COPS payment. This year, we're still at 2.6 million. And then you see that 22-23 school year, that's when you'll see that increase into $4.1 million in our COPS payments. So I think we talk a lot about declining enrollment, right? But I wanted to see it, and we started to jump into declining enrollment and really trying to, crunch those numbers and see, dollars and cents. What does this turn into as far as dollars and cents, and really look at, retention and how can we keep students. And so this was just a real quick glance. I know we talk a lot about that declining enrollment piece, but you'll see in the last 6-7 years, just a pretty, unfortunately, a pretty steady decline in enrollment. And then if you're looking all the way back, 14-15 to now, that's drastic in my opinion. That's a lot of students. And so if you think about where we used to be, right, over 7,800 kids, and where we are right now, just shy of 7,400 kids, that's a significant amount of students. That's a significant amount of ADA, which comes along with them, right? And when we talk about enrollment and declining enrollment, and we talk about the student, it's not only those LCFF dollars, right? I think I know when I was first jumped into this, I was really just focusing on the LCFF dollars, but this is everything else. Those students also, they also compile our supplemental and concentration kids. They also compile our Title I eligible kids, our CTE grant program students. I mean, all those students, right? It's a lot more than just that LCFF dollar. So we're really starting to, dive into enrollment and really look at, okay, the overall impact of enrollment And then in turn, look at the services, right? So are we still providing services for, over 7,800 kids when we're all the way down to, just shy of 7,400 kids? So it's starting to look, programmatically and look at our services and make sure that we're aligning, services and programs to what we currently are as opposed to what we used to be. Right? So here is the MYP. So that SACS is a huge document, right? It's really big. But I kind of I want to pull a few pages out of it. So this is the multi-year projection, and you'll see up in the upper right-hand page, right, it says Form MYP. And I think this is like page 145, I believe, in the PDF, in the SACS document. And this is really kind of the, all of that work, all of Andrea and the teams, all of their hard work, plugging all this information in, all this data. To me, that's kind of the culminating piece of the SACS document. Okay, what does our budget look like this year? And then where are we at in the next 2 years? And so that's what these forms do. And that's, like I said, I think it's about page 145. So like I had mentioned earlier, right, a lot of the revenue is kind of moving in and out of our general fund. But this is kind of where we're at for the 21-22 school year. And I'll kind of have a summary page. I just kind of want to walk you through the boxes of the MYP. So as you guys go back, you can have a
145 is what he said.
Yeah, and it depends on how it downloads, to be honest. So it should be right around there.
I honestly cannot see what on the page that you're presenting the numbers, so I'm pulling it up from my attachments.
It might be, for mine, I think it's 148.
148.
Yeah, I think for me it's 148 on here.
Revenues, multi-year, unrestricted and restricted.
Yep, that's it.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. So this is unrestricted dollars and restricted dollars. This is the whole spiel. And if you want, you can see it separated out. It's before these next 3 pages. If you go, I think page, 3 pages before this, whatever that would be, 142 or 145. Then you can see it broken out between restricted and unrestricted as well. But this is kind of the summary, right, of kind of what we're looking at moving forward. So you'll see revenues, and then I'll have this kind of all summarized on a graph here shortly. But I just want to walk you through what the MYP, kind of how it looks and how it works. So this is the unrestricted and restricted revenues that are coming our way. Those items, those numbers that are circled at the bottom there, that's our total sum, right? Our total sum revenue. And then if you move down the page, you'll go to box B, and that's our expenditures and other financing. And this does a really good job in breaking everything up, right? So we call it the ones and twos and threes. So our ones, twos, and threes, those are employee costs, right? So you'll see our certificated salaries in there, our classified salaries are in there, and then our benefits, what we pay and employee benefits, right? And you see it broken out, our books and supplies, what we're spending. And you'll see that huge $15 million right there, books and supplies. Those are expenses directly related to like the in-person instruction grant or the expanded learning grant or those ESSER monies. That's why that expense looks so drastic compared to the next year at 4.9 million. 4.9 is a more realistic normal year expense. But we're planning on expending all of those grant dollars in this year because we have to. And so that's why it shows up as a pretty large expense in the current fiscal year. And then at the very bottom right, that's just the total sum of all of our expenses. Okay. You can keep scrolling through that page and you'll get to D, that's our fund balance, right? You'll see our beginning balance, our ending balance. And then I just wanted to highlight there under committed, right? It's item 2 under committed. And that is the COPS commitment. And so we have in the past years, we are continuing to add that $500,000 annually into that COPS fund. So you'll see that continue to grow those next 3 years from 9.6 to 10.1 to 10.6. And then, I appreciate you allowing me the opportunity to talk to you guys on interims on if we can adjust that designated reserve, right? So that's our COPS money. And then the other one that's important is that unassigned, unappropriated. So that's the unassigned fund balance. That's what's left over, right? So if we have an ending fund balance of $28 million, we have all these things that make up that fund balance. But when push comes to shove, what we have left in the bank per se is that $14 million, $14.9 million, right? So when they look at, and when I say they, that's the county. So when they look at our available reserves, this is what they're looking at. They're looking at that reserve for economic uncertainties. We have to keep 3% of our budget in reserve for economic uncertainties, which thank you. And I couldn't be more blessed to have this board and this group and the board previous to you guys, because we keep more than that 3%. In our reserve. And honestly, that really helped us float the cash deferrals and not put money out to support those cash deferrals. On average, most districts across the state carry, 16 to 20% of their annual budget in reserves. That's pretty normal. So for us, we carry 18 million in our available reserves. So here we are, just kind of summarizing what that MYP, kind of the revenue and expenses, and I really try to look at our budget as it's a living, breathing document, right? Like the information I'm giving you right now it's already changed, right? I mean, so it's a living, breathing, moving document. But for me, it's pretty simple when you think about budget. It's revenue and expense, and whether it's in your personal life or your professional life, that's really what it comes down to. So how much money are we getting? How much money are we spending? And then what are we spending that money on, right? So you'll see 21-22 is really offset with revenue and expense. And again, I'm going to go back to what I had talked about earlier with those one-time funds, right? We got the revenue in 2021, but we're accounting for the expenses in 21-22. So that's why you see the drastic difference between revenue and expense. On the lower right-hand side, it's one-time deficit spending. So that's just the term that we have to use, the accounting term, to quantify why our expenses are so much more than our revenue. It's one-time dollars. It's one-time deficit spending, right at $10.7 million. But the other operational piece that we've been talking about for quite some time is that ongoing deficit spending piece. And it's always hovered right around that $3 million. And that's what we've seen again at this budget adoption, that ongoing deficit spending of $3 million. So one-time money aside, we look at our operating revenue and we look at our operating expenses, and we're still in that deficit spending cycle of about $3 million. And so you see it gets better, right, moving into 22-23. And 23-24, as we start to close that gap and we start to expense that one-time money. I think it was ESSER 3 is the latest deadline for expense, and that's all the way out in 2024. So we're going to use these funds for these next 3 years to really help support our students and kind of bridge whatever learning gap or wherever support, tutoring, supplemental time, summer school, Saturday academy. So we're going to be using these funds to really, really support our kids for the next 3 years to try to help make up anything that they may have lost in these last year and a half. So that's how that MYP is built, because we've already received those revenues, but we're going to be expensing a lot of those grants and one-time dollars into the next 3 years. So looking at our unassigned fund balance, this is a pretty normal looking unassigned fund balance for us. We're pretty good right now. Next year, it looks a little less, and then that third year out, a lot less, right? And that really just goes back to that ongoing deficit spending of $3 million, right? I mean, that kind of makes sense. If I'm spending $3 more million that I'm taking in, that money's going to have to come from someplace. And for us, it comes from our unassigned fund balance. That's that's the savings account, whatever you want to call it. So as we expense that $3 million annually, that's where that's where those funds are coming from. So moving forward, like I said, I was really hoping we could have some final thoughts from the state today, but that didn't happen. So we're going to keep looking. We're really looking for relief on some ongoing relief for STRS and PERS would be really helpful for us, especially for budgeting. Those are really big costs, and I think the next go around at first interim, I'm going to add dollars to that so we all can see, what is a 3% increase on STRS? What does that look like? Because I think we talk in percentages and 2% is not that bad. It's significant, especially when 2% is added, to several areas throughout our budget. So we're really looking for STRS and PERS relief. We're looking at unemployment relief. It sounded like that was going to happen, so I'm eager to hear about that. And then that June deferral, we're hoping that June deferral will go away as well, because that will help with cash flow. And as long as they stay on schedule, because if you remember, right, we were deferred cash all this year, but we're supposed to get paid back next year for all that cash that was deferred. So as long as they stay on schedule for those cash deferrals, we're going to be okay, because we're still monitoring cash. And so I've been getting that question like, well, you're getting, $30 million of one-time money. Why aren't you guys spending it? Well, one, cash flow, right? Like we don't have that money just sitting in the bank. So we're waiting for that money to show up, and then we'll spend it, because we're still having to monitor cash flow. We still haven't been paid back for this school year. So that's really going to hurt our cash, right? So as that cash starts coming in and those apportionments from ELO grant and ESSER 3 start to roll in, that's going to be extremely helpful for us into the school year. Really trying to manage this one-time funding and having and really following the plan that's been associated with this one-time dollars, right? So it's not where we can just go and spend it at our heart's content. There's really a plan, and as there should be, to be quite honest. I mean, this is a significant amount of money, and I feel Alan, him and his crew, they've done a really good job with that ELO grant, coming up with ideas and plans on how we're gonna spend and utilize these funds to really support our kids. But it's managing the one-time funding. It goes back to cash flow and when that money's going to show up and how it can be used and how are we going to account for it, and how are we going to report on it. So all those things, it's extremely cumbersome, extremely time-consuming, and with so many one-time dollars coming our way, we're just really trying to focus in on making sure that we're accounting for it and using that money, one, how it was intended to be used, but really supporting our kids that, honestly, they had a rough go, they had a rough year, and it's really supporting those kids to kind of lift them back up and get them back going in 21 all the way out to 24 school year. So and then we need to really address that fiscal solvency plan for deficit spending. I'll talk about COPS. I don't know when in the near future, because I'm still working out kind of, if you recall, we had talked about that COPS money possibly moving into another fund or another account. There is some conversation about us having a fund balance limit moving into next school year. So I'm still just trying to get some details around that and really figuring out what's going to be best for us all in the same time. I'm going to go back to where I started, all in the same time, managing cash. Right. So that's still kind of our top priority right now, is making sure that we have cash to pay the bills. But addressing that fiscal solvency plan, that deficit spending right around $3 million, it's ongoing. We've kind of been living with it for quite a while. We did receive some relief, right, with that super COLA. That was extremely helpful. But, don't forget, we also provided increases for staff, right, for 2021 and 21-22 already. So those dollars are already factored in, right around $3 million already factored into our budget. So we'll start working on how to address that ongoing deficit spending. So that's really it. I tried to be as concise as I possibly could. I know there's a lot of concern and questions about those one-time dollars moving our direction. I will tell you that I feel, and Alan, he'll probably talk about this a little bit with his LCAP presentation, but I feel like we are definitely, being held accountable to these dollars, right, through these plans, the ELO, the Learning Continuity Plan, all of our assurances and our reporting. So I really feel like, our community, our state, the county is doing a really good job making sure that this money is being used appropriately and accordingly, and how that, how they deemed that money to be spent in the first place. So.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chacon. I appreciate all the information. At this time, we'll go ahead and conduct the public hearing for the purpose of receiving commentary regarding the adoption of the district's 2021-2022 budget as presented. We'll open that up at 7:54 p.m.
Nice job. That was a lot of work. Thank you very much.
Is this the LCAP we're on now?
No, the budget.
Still the budget.
Time's up.
Has it been? All right, we will close the public hearing for the 2021-2022 budget. All right, thank you very much. That'll move us on to item K1, public hearing, the first reading of the district's local control and accountability plan, the LCAP for 2020-2021. Once Dr. Holman, please.
Yeah, thanks so very much, President Hernandez. Just like was mentioned by Robert Chacon and done very well there, right, was the public hearing. We have a public hearing for the local control and accountability plan, oftentimes referred to as the LCAP, maybe more directly, it's a district plan. All California school districts are required to develop an LCAP, a district-wide plan. And this year is a unique year that happens and has happened since the inception of the local control and accountability plan requirement every 3 years, roughly speaking. Now, COVID-19 changed that, but that is to create a 3-year plan in a 3-year cycle that puts together a comprehensive effort to develop the strategies, the actions, the services that we'll end up providing for kids over not just 1 year, but 3 years' time. And in those 2 years thereafter, the plan gets updated based upon each year's needs with the intent to realize the LCAP goals over a 3 years period of time. So this year, and you might recall last year that it was put off because of COVID-19. This year, we're in a 3-year cycle. I want to give, first of all, credit where credit is due. And it's certainly not to me. It's to Alan Miller, the Assistant Superintendent of the Student Learning and Support Services Department, and all those individuals who work very closely with him, as well as Robert Chacon, the Assistant Superintendent of Business Services, and all those who work with him within that department. Those two departments are a great example of collaboration with our stakeholders. We use that term often, stakeholders. In my view, the way I define that is really all the individuals who we work most closely with in service of course, our students. Our students are stakeholders at times, but this is all in service of kids. That would be our staff members, as well as our family members and community members. And the local control and accountability plan requires input from our stakeholders, including students. And boy, that can be incredibly difficult in a COVID-19 pandemic era. And so what all of you have before you is the LCAP, and it's a first reading / public hearing today, all with the idea of approving it at our next meeting. But before we move on, I want to turn this time over to Alan Miller so he can give you an overview specifically, because that LCAP is large. You have that information. It has been really narrowed very effectively around limited amounts of goals to ensure attainment, in my view. But I'd like for him to talk specifically about the process of engaging our Snowline learning community in in just that, in the efforts to develop this school district plan, because that's not easy when we can't get together firsthand. So Alan, do you mind taking over right now and really taking credit collectively for all the people involved for the process that engaged everyone to develop this LCAP plan, as you give them the overview of where we are and where we'll be headed when we get through, not just tonight, but into the next meeting. Alan?
Absolutely, Ryan. My pleasure here, and even more of a pleasure was working with all of the entire team throughout this process. We had people on a number of fronts doing great work. I'll start off with Robert's office, Business Services, just did an outstanding job putting together the financial end of this, which was no easy task. This was the first time that Robert or Andrea ever went through an LCAP process, and they were exceptional. They brought in some support from the county level and even a private consultant who it was also a pleasure to work with. And I got to sit in on those financial meetings, which was real learning for me, because I've really worked on the goal and action part of the house and all of the respective narratives. So it was great learning for me, for Pam, for Kirk Strickland out of his office, student attendance and intervention, to really marry those two pieces together and see how they work in unison to create a wonderful plan that benefits our students. We'll say that the LCAP in its entirety, which includes the budget overview for parents, courtesy of Robert's office, the annual update piece, which is an overview of the 2019-20 LCAP, as well as the learning continuity and attendance plan. So it's a comprehensive overview. That's part 2 of the document. And finally, you get to the LCAP itself and some of the financial accompanying pieces as well. So it's a big document, a lot of stuff, but I'm very proud to say that we came up with a very lean product here, which I think in the long run is going to be very effective for our entire learning community. I know of LCAPs in other districts that have exceeded well over 100 pages, and maybe in some cases over 200 pages. And I think when you get that big, it makes me question the effectiveness of the overall plan. We're at a lean 75 pages, including all of the documents that I listed, but it is a powerful 75 pages, more specifically speaking to the LCAP. Ryan, you asked me to speak about the collaborative efforts that went into this process this year. And it was very comprehensive, but it was very well coordinated and, reaped some really, really wonderful goals for our students. I'm just going to go ahead and I'm not going to display anything, but I'm just going to pull up the stakeholder engagement piece here. It's big, and we'll gladly share this part with you. But we have 51 pages of stakeholder input where our stakeholders, and I'll get into a little more detail in a moment, participated in this process. We're talking parent groups. First of all, our kickoff on getting the LCAP data or the input was the Hanover survey, which we administered back in February, March, and that got well over 4,000 respondents, including parents, students, and staff. So that was a great starting point because it hits on all those critical pieces that we want to address and support within our LCAP documents. We had smaller, more strategic parent groups that also contributed. One of the things that we're accountable in this document and our LCFF funding is our unduplicated pupils from various student groups, which include English language learners, foster youth,
low-income students. So we're accountable for really providing additional layers of support for those students and closing those achievement gaps for those that are experiencing them. So in order to do that, we wanted to hear firsthand from their parents and guardians, how we're doing and what we can do and what their concerns were. So we had a DLAC, our District English Language Advisory Committee. We had the respective ELACs from school site to school site also participating in the work. For the first time, we deployed a special education parent advisory group, a foster youth parent advisory group. So we had all kinds of voices come to the table. Once again, 51 pages of the stakeholder participation. And that also, in those 51 pages, we have a lot of staff input as well. We have our LCAP task force work. We have some task groups that we broke off into to tackle some of the specific goals and actions. And we also had our bargaining units part of the process. So CSEA participated in a process where they provided input for our LCAP process. STA did the same thing. So, we felt that it was very comprehensive, very transparent, and really brought a lot of value to the entire drafting of the LCAP. And we reference it in the LCAP where specific stakeholder groups contributed something. We made ties into how it contributed, what goal or what specific action it contributed to. So very proud of that work. This is a three-year cycle, as Ryan alluded to. So we look forward to the real work ahead over the next 3 years and modifying this, improving our work, and just doing the very best in creating positive student outcomes as we move forward. Just to give you an overview real quick, we have 4 LCAP goals. Once again, we kept it very lean. We've got a broad goal dealing with our academic achievement. Got a broad goal that addresses social and emotional well-being, which includes PBIS, social and emotional learning, everything that helps students to be successful by increasing their mental health and well-being so that they can be successful academically. Our third goal deals with parent, guardian, and community engagement, really getting them to be fully on board as partners in our work. And then our fourth goal is what we refer to informally as our Williams goal, but we've made it a lot more meaningful than just the compliance piece. We really are using that as our leverage for supporting students when we talk about additional resources available to students to help them succeed, whether it's our wonderful pool of paraprofessionals, whether it is physical or digital resources for students, sound, attractive facilities for them to learn in. So it's all encompassing as well. So those are our 4 goals. And as you review the document prior to approval, you'll see some very rich accompanying actions that go along with those goals that not only support all students, as our base program, but that it also goes deeper and provides those additional layers that I alluded to earlier, that additional layers of support that are going to help students that we consider underserved in some cases, just to ensure that we start to narrow those achievement gaps that we're talking about, and ultimately, ideally, removing those achievement gaps altogether. So thank you very much, Ryan. That was kind of a really high flyover of the process, but I just wanted to set all of our board members up for success as they review the document for themselves, and our public as they review the document as well, to kind of let you know what kind of work went into this and how seriously we took this work and really bringing it to life so that it serves our students well moving forward. So thank you, Ryan.
Yeah, thank you. Great overview there. And again, just so appreciate the high level of engagement, involvement, and ultimately not just development of the plan, but downstream implementation of it, right? That's the most important piece to realize success for each student in Snowline Joint Unified School District. So to that end, again, today is a public hearing, and I'll turn that back over to you, President Hernandez, is for the opportunity for any public comments, all the while knowing that at the next meeting, and Alan had alluded to this, that's when approval of the LCAP will take place, which will be again next week. That's on Tuesday, May 22nd. So back to you there, President Hernandez. Thanks for allowing us to share that.
No, thank you for that. Lots of work once again. And with that, we will open the public hearing regarding the district's local control and accountability plan at 8:09 p.m.
Okay, I heard Mr. Miller mention something about lowering achievement gaps right at the end of his conversation. And that's kind of what my concern is how specifically are we gonna do that? If we, number one most important thing we can do after this last year is try to get kids caught up to where they're supposed to be. So I read some things in the LCAP, like there's an admission that there was loss of learning throughout the document, but it doesn't really say what kind of loss of learning or what specifically was lost. And at the same time, intertwined in that is a recognition that more resources were available to students than, and especially the lower kids, than at any time ever in the past. So obviously we've discovered one thing, that lack of resources and programs and different kinds of distance learning or whatever is not bridged the gap. That's not what's causing the learning loss. But it seems to me we need to first at least have a report about what kind of learning loss there was. Is it spelling? Is it factoring polynomials? I mean, what is it? Some I don't know. I would like to know what that is that our students are learning. So I guess there are assessments according to the LCAP that we're doing that can figure out what kind of learning loss there is or has been doing that. And everybody's consciously saying there is this learning loss, but they don't say what the learning loss is and how to address it. So we're going to get $1.7 million to address learning loss. Do we have a plan for where that's going to be spent? Or are we going to buy another computer program or hire tutors or any number of things that are already listed in here as essentially being effective, since we use more of those than we've ever used before? So I want to know specifically, if I was a teacher, let's just make up an example, saying I'm teaching geometry in high school, and I've got students coming to me from 15 different teachers. Do we even have a policy on this? Am I to just pretend that this whole last year didn't happen and just forge ahead with my geometry class? Or am I to do some sort of a review schedule of some sort and bring them up to speed? And then how far would that go? I may not ever get to my geometry, but I'm still trying to get them to where they're supposed to be before they even came into my geometry class. So I don't see any like specific plan for remediation in this thing. In fact, I see a lot of strategies that are mentioned, think, pair, share, and this and this and this and this. But then they really admit it really didn't. Well, they don't really admit that didn't work. They just say there's a big learning loss. So maybe it's something really super obvious. and I don't know how you get to it, but maybe kids have 100% attendance. That would be one thing to look at to me. Who's got 100% attendance and low grades? Are they just clicking the attendance tab, walking away for 8 hours, coming back and tapping it again? What I think needs a lot of research, or more needs to go into the plan, I think, in terms of how we're going to remediate.
Yeah, Alan, maybe I can just start and then you can provide some details here. So you're, first of all, great questions all that you asked, or just maybe conceptually one great question when you talk about, right, what is the loss and how we deal? Maybe those are two questions and how we deal with that. I think the large question, or excuse me, the large answer I will give, I think it's two-pronged, right? And it's two-pronged to those two goals that Alan mentioned earlier, right? It's on that academic side, but also we can't forget the goal two, right? That social emotional learning side. We look at that research out there, and very clearly we've got to make certain that, to be quite frank, everybody, ourselves at this table, all adults as well as students, experience trauma over the course of COVID-19, right? And so we're going to have to address the impact of any traumatic experiences that any of us that all of us, I should say, dealt with throughout COVID-19 that will then in turn unlock the ability for us to get at what you just talked about, and that is the academic, I won't even use the term loss, the academic learning that needs to occur, right? And so Alan, maybe you can talk about the assessments that we were required to administer and that we did administer that provide data that will be forthcoming and has been coming in, right? That starts to inform, I think, maybe more of the detailed answers that you can provide for Clerk Cologne.
Absolutely. And Steve, that was a wonderful question, because that's the important question that we need to be asking, is what specifically are we going to be doing to meet the needs of students? I will start off by saying, when we talk about learning loss, one thing we've learned during the pandemic is that we should never underestimate the impact that we have on students when we have them in a classroom for 6 hours a day, and we're really able to connect and ensure engagement and make sure that they're learning and be able to remediate appropriately when that learning is not occurring. And we lost a lot of that control over the past year, doing the very best that we can in a remote environment, and thankfully bringing students back for more of an in-person setting, and gradually increasing in-person setting towards the end of the year. But you beg a great question. The LCAP is gonna lead into some really powerful work next week. We have a workshop, a 4-day workshop with our principals and assistant principals to do LCAP SIPSA alignment. So the school site plans that they work on are going to be tied to the LCAP, and they're going to get into even more micro depth in regards to what they need at their individual school sites. Now, the data that we're going to use initially, and of course we're going to use additional data as we bring kids back to school for full in-person learning in August, but we're going to be using the Renaissance STAR assessments, which are very reliable assessments in both reading and mathematics. I'm happy to say that we're not using that just at the elementary level anymore, but we are using it all the way through high school. So that's going to give us a good gauge of baseline data of where students are, not just overall, but drilling down on those specific skill sets where they might be deficient in. So we're going to be using that data to drive more detailed plans at the SIPSA level, and even more detailed when we talk about supporting action plans that support the LCAP and the SIPSA moving forward. But those learning deficits, there might be a lot of them depending on where that student is specifically scoring. It's hard to say that it's just one area or another. All we know is that we were working very hard prior to the pandemic to close achievement gaps and increase test scores, and we're going to even have to be working double time, to close the increased achievement gap that has occurred over the past year. And that's not from substandard learning or instruction, but that's due to an environment that was out of our control of trying to teach students in a vastly different way than we have been used to teaching them in the past. And we saw students that were performing exceptionally well prior to the pandemic decrease, tremendously, just due to lack of engagement, due to social emotional things of not being around people. I mean, it impacted people very hard, not only students, but staff. So we're going to be doing a lot of damage control moving forward to assess that learning loss and to very quickly accelerate it with any means possible. But another thing you referenced was, is it just going to be throwing computer programs at it? Absolutely not. There's going to be a blend of intervention that we're going to use to support our students. But that's going to take a lot of evaluation, not only the data analysis, but getting the kids back in seats full time and really seeing where they are and what we need to implement and deploy to close the achievement gap.
Alan, thanks for saying that. And I just really appreciate again what Clerk Colomb brought up. And it's really something we should be sharing with all board members. And I just add in what Robert Chacon shared with us, those one-time monies. Let's talk about, for instance, one of those expanded learning opportunities grant. Those are opportunities for us over the next 20 months or so, right? From this point moving all the way forward to determine what sort of interventions and remediations need to occur. And we can do those in real time in collaborative formats with our educators, beginning not just today, but throughout the course of the year, to be able to access those funds like you had alluded to, so that we can provide whatever is necessary within that remediation, whatever it may be, as they get determined in real time over the course of, for the ELO grant between now and giving expanded learning opportunities all the way up until December 2022. So it's an absolutely powerful question that you asked. It's that we have done work on, will do throughout the course of the next few years.
Can we make a commitment? Maybe it sounds like we're kind of in agreement here. In one way, can we make a commitment on the LCAP that funds and remediation will, as far as possible, be directed to in-person instruction, in-person teacher, human contact? I fear, I wish I could see everything.
Mm-hmm.
I fear like the first week of school, a certain number of teachers just, okay, get out your Chromebook, and we're going to continue sort of the way we did last year, or overuse this. This needs to be, we overutilized it this year. We need to underutilize it next year, and try to avoid it as possible. There's ways to find out what kids learning or such students learning without a computer program that's going to any bubbles. For
Yeah.
instance.
Yeah, sorry, I cut you off there, Clerk Colomb. Make sure you finish there. I apologize. Yeah, I appreciate again what you said. I heard, Alan Miller mention it first, and then you had alluded to it as well. Engagement, right? Is how do we engage the kids? And I would agree with what Alan said, and what really our stakeholders, would you agree, Alan, said that ultimately we're going to engage kids. I mean, the term think, pair, share was, used. That's just one example of many ways to engage the students. It's not being, the comment is not we're going to use the computer to engage them per se. What it is we're using strategies to engage them. Alan, do you want to add to that? Because I think Member Colomb brings up a valid question that he had alluded to, that you had spoken to relative to whether it be Kagan structures and other opportunities specific to the instructional strategy side of supporting kids.
Oh, absolutely. I agree wholeheartedly with you, Steve, regarding that in-person approach. We have been in a remote setting for so long, up until recently, because that was the tool that we had, that we were at the mercy of. But now, we've got a real gift by being able to bring kids back full time this next school year. And we're trying to model that next week ourselves, Pam and I, in our collaboration, to plan the events for that SIPSA LCAP workshop. we're absolutely using no technology next week. We're using old school chart paper. We've got hard copy materials coming in so that people can get face to face and write with a pen or pencil and and plan and work together in that setting. We have no time designated for that people are going to be opening up any kind of device to participate in that work. So hopefully we'll think about that, and those instructional leaders that are going to be joining us will go back to their sites and replicate that kind of work with their people, and give that message that these kids have been in that remote setting for so long that we really need to use some old school approaches, if you will, to get them engaged, get them talking, get their their voice and participation involved at a really high level as we move forward with the 2021-22 school year. So thank you.
All right, very good. Any other comments? Any other comments from the board?
Just a quick one. Do you think, Dr. Holman, kind of based on what Clerk Cologne was saying about being in person and those kind of things, that we're not planning to do the hybrid distance learning model, that it's either all in person or all through the academy?
Yeah, I think you nailed it.
Right, because I think part of how teachers were having to do things, even when we came back to school, it still had to work for the remote students. Am I making sense? So that
Yeah, you sure are.
The ones that
Yeah.
are here on Monday, Tuesday, and then Thursday, Friday, that same lesson still had to work for the kids that were staying home.
Yeah.
So now, going forward, at least next year, it should be that all the kids that are there in person will be able to have a full in-person experience and not something that's going to go through the computer.
Yeah, I think you said that very well. We are planning for, just as you said, in-person learning 5 days a week, 5 full days a week.
Right.
And then with the option of the Snowline Academy homeschool, as you just articulated very well. So I think it's a good point and exciting to think about too, to be quite frank.
Something to stress, I think, like you said, those face-to-face encounters with a teacher it's invaluable, right? And I think I spoke to some teachers that were saying, a couple hours in person, a few hours in person is almost worth more. You're going to get more out of it than just sitting on a screen because of how many found it so difficult to stay engaged.
Yeah.
Through the computer.
Yeah, it's a great point. Well said. And more reinforcement in the last item on the agenda in that regard. Thanks for bringing that up.
Okay, very good. There being no more comments from the board and no apparent public comments, we'll close the public hearing at 8:26 p.m. All righty. Agenda reload here. Item K2, updated contracts for the 2020-2021 year. And
Thank you.
yeah, Dr. Holman.
Thank you, President Hernandez. I'll just say that this item, which is up for approval, comes on the heels of what was approved at the last board meeting, right? At the last board meeting at the end of May. All of you were able to and did approve the increases connected to all of our staff member groups. The last group right there, as you see, is before you. And so in the spirit of Simon Sinek, when he says leaders eat last, well, here we go. And that's, I think, the spirit of this year too, is that we wanted to bring this to all of you after that the others were approved. So this would be in line with that approval from the last meeting.
All right, very good. Any comments from the board? All right, there being none, can I get a motion to approve?
I will make a motion.
Thank you, Member Flores. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you very much. Roll call vote. Member Flores,
Aye.
Member Behringer,
Aye.
Clerk Kalum.
Aye.
I vote aye as well. Thank you for that. Moving on to item K3, Dr. Ullman.
And thank you, President Hernandez. This is the the item that's in the same position at the end of the evening that we've engaged in for months and months. But in this case, this is going to be a preparatory item. And I say that specific to given that the school year has ended, what I'd like to share with all of you is the update that I provide relative to COVID-19 conditions, but where we are moving forward for the 2021-22 school year, the planning pieces that I think would support what Member Flores just asked about momentarily. And so with that, Alan Miller is going to do the good work that he always does and project up the presentation that we will make available on our website, as we always do after this meeting here. And for this date here, June 15th, we'll see on that second slide here the outcomes. What we're endeavoring to do, just a slight change there, right, is I share with you updates and get the shared understanding around the learning designs for the coming school year and get commitments to the actions to move forward to ensure that we can make happen what we'll talk about here. And so the agenda on the next slide here is a little bit consistent, but also some differences. You'll see the COVID-19 update, the data that we always share, and the vaccination opportunities. Talk about summer school that's going on and also the plan for the coming year. So Alan, thank you as you move forward. Just again, that reminder that CDC recommendations that come at the federal level that are implemented by the CDPH, the California Department of Public Health, and San Bernardino County Department of Public Health provide the guidelines and requirements that we do have to follow, and we do follow them based upon all of the information that comes to us on a regular basis. And as we go to this next slide here, Alan, thank you. Remember those metrics that we really watch closely, right? That I say were, right, past tense, because as of today, the Governor Newsom, with the reopening of California, rid ourselves of the tiered process, but we still look at these data here that I'll show you here in just a moment, daily new cases and the 2 positivity rates. And so Alan, thank you. As you keep going through here, let's just look at our given areas here, right? Our communities. Real quickly, we begin with Oak Hills. You can see our case rate, that 4.5 number, and then the positivity rate of 2.4, the total cases of 3. So that's how you can read these numbers and these snapshots, if you will. Alan will go to the next one. I'll show Phelan at a 6.8 level, still, relatively low, but higher than Oak Hills there with 7 total cases over that last reporting period. And then Alan will go to Pinyon Hills with 0. That's the first year. You'll see a second one up in just a moment. The next slide will be that Victorville. All of Victorville at a 3.3 without just under 2% positivity rate. And the last one's right with I think a 0 up there too, in terms of the cases for the last reporting period, which was a week's period of time, as you know. So you can see staying within the ranges that we've had consistently for a number of months now, which is a good sign, I would say, overall, with some slight variation, but statistically staying within limits that are really the same there over time. So Alan, as he continues to move forward here, we'll show with you are these 2 tables. Here's the first one, San Bernardino County. You can see getting all yellow all of a sudden here, even though we're getting rid of the tiers there. You can see that trending down to the case rates per day in San Bernardino County. And as you go to the next slide, Alan, if you could fill that out, you can see in the orange slide for ourselves there for Snowline, still staying very consistent, basically between 4 and 2, or even, 4 and 2 for the most part for a long period of time for us, which is a good sign. Certainly we want that at 0, and hopefully that 0 will be sooner rather than later. And so with that, we commit here. And this is, I think, important just to remind ourselves in the next slide, Alan, that we are going to do things as quickly as possible, but also as safely and tightly aligned to public health guidelines as possible. But we're going to do so together. And so in the spirit of working together, let's put our heads together and look at where we're headed as we move forward. We'll start with vaccines here. These are opportunities that we feel committed to provide these resources to Snowline. Wrightwood Elementary School is at the end of a second of 5 consecutive days. The Office of Emergency Services, which is a branch or arm of San Bernardino County Services, San Bernardino County, I should say, not just services, but resources, has said that they wanted to be up in Wrightwood for 5 consecutive days. Now adults can get this 1 shot. That's the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. Please know that we're doing all kinds of community outreach. I will say that there are still doses available, so get there if you have the inkling of wanting this vaccine. up at Wrightwood Elementary School, goes into the early evenings. I think it's 6 o'clock. Is that right, Robert?
Looks like it says 5.
Hey, Robert.
Yeah, right with 6 o'clock, Ryan, 10 to 6.
Yeah, Wrightwood, 6 o'clock, exactly. And then the 5 o'clock one, and that's a good lead in there. Member Behringer is the one at Serrano High School. Now this is actually coming up on June 17th. That's a Thursday. That's for students 12 years and older, as well as parents and adults. Okay, so this is a 2-dose event. It is the Pfizer, emergency use approval, right, for kids, and it'll be happening from 1 to 5 o'clock up at Serrano High School. Again, it's that 2-dose event, and so we see opportunities again for our community to access vaccines, 2 different vaccines, and even for children 12 years old and above, based upon parent consent, of course. Really proud to offer these opportunities. And we've even made available information on transportation that people can access as well. There are all kinds of resources out there that people can get at if they so choose. So know that that's coming up. That next slide, Alan, you can just see the flyers. Just as an example, the flyers that we put out both in Spanish and English with all the information that's necessary. So we always make that available. There's the Wrightwood one up there. And on our website too, we have the Serrano High School one as well. So thank you, Alan, for showing those. If we go to the next slide, you'll see something that I think is interesting. I want to share with all of you our vaccination rates. They've gone down a little bit because the 12 plus category has been included since I showed you last. You might remember I showed the vaccine rates for our community in San Bernardino County for 16 and up. Now this is 12 and up. And so what you can see there at the bottom is San Bernardino County is at about 50%. So too is Wrightwood of any vaccination. What that means is either partially vaccinated or fully vaccinated. Those last 2 columns sum together to give you the any vaccination category. If you either had 1 shot in a 1-shot dose, like Johnson & Johnson, that would mean you'd be fully vaccinated, or 1 shot of Pfizer or Moderna, and that would mean you are partially vaccinated. You can see those numbers there. Those are the same communities that I always report on, right, for those previous slides. Oak Hill's at 40%. And then you can see Phelan and Pinion Hills below 30%, our lowest of the 2 communities relative to vaccination rates. You can see Victorville as a whole is pushing 42%, and Wrightwood almost identical to San Bernardino County's overall rate for 12 years and up. All the residents within those boundaries share with you right there again those vaccination rates, and we'll continue to keep you posted on those. Alan, as you go to the next slide here, what we'll see here are summer school learning opportunities. We had 6 schools start yesterday, and using, in fact, the expanded learning opportunities grant at various grade levels. I mean, over the 6 schools. And now people might say, well, hey, what about all the other schools? Where are we going? Again, remember this grant is an 18 to 20 month period from here on out. And so that's going to be coming out in layers. But that list right there, I just want to show you, Robert Chacon showed it earlier too. Those are all the areas that the grant can address, right? Everything, as you see on there, from grade level acceleration, remediation was mentioned by Clerk Colomb, targeted specific intervention for targeted groups that Alan had mentioned too earlier, even going the other direction, enriching kids, also mental health services and wellness services that are going to be oh so very important, that I want to make sure you hear me talk about this a lot, that we do not forget. That academic piece is absolutely essential, is going to be critical to the success of students, but so too is that other side. If there are 2 sides, or just think about our LCAP goals, 1 and 2 really align in those 2 different areas. We never want to forget either one of those 2 goals there. So, and then also just differentiate high school. As always, we continue to provide that credit recovery system, and that's through the non-traditional schools program. I really appreciate the flexibility that Chad Brooks, the principal over there, and all the staff members working with him to come up with unique ways to provide for kids' abilities to recover credits if they needed to do that. And so that'll be forthcoming. That opportunity comes in about the last part of June and runs through July to support kids who have that need. And then on that next slide there, you're going to see that symbol there. You see that attached to the governor's office, that California for All. And the governor came out today reminding ourselves that we're reopening the economy as of today. That was mentioned a couple months ago that would be the target date, and today is the day, right? So there's an impact on most sectors. The impact on schools is a little bit different, though. I want to share with you that the safety protocols in terms of what I'm wearing right now, masks, distancing, they're going to continue right now. And that's as articulated in the communications coming out right now as we speak. I want to thank Dennis Zimmerman, who does an excellent job, of course, in his role, one of which is to do the legal follow-up. He'll be doing that tomorrow. There could be, as you see, a question mark there, a future CDC release that was referenced by the California Department of Public Health, that may be forthcoming. We'll see. But the bottom line is Dennis will do the good work to continue to inform us relative to what the interpretation is, what our legal counsel says in terms of how we deal with the protocols that at this point they're saying still should remain in effect as they sort through the reopening of the economy that excluded schools at this moment and is still trying to get a ruling on how that rolls out. And again, we're not in our regular school setting, but it does impact summer school. And so thanks in advance to Dennis Zimmerman for doing that work tomorrow and trying to interpret, as we always do, what comes out specific to new guidelines. And to that end, Alan, if you could just turn the page here. So our this goes to really Member Flores. I really appreciate that question. What's our learning design for 2021-22? I tried to simplify this. You see those two in person, 5 full days per week, every single week, that there are 5 days, right? And then Snowline Academy, right? And that's the homeschool option. That's what we're planning for right now. And I think maybe I'll reference again, and I apologize for being the broken record. Are we planning for masks for next year? At this point, we're not even dealing with that plan. We're planning for in-person. I know that some folks have said, oh, well, we heard that the district is making that decision to have masks. We have not made any decision of that sort. What we're deciding to do is right up there. You see, simply put, 5 days of in-person learning in the ways that we've done for so many years prior to the pandemic, and looking forward to that. And then Snowline Academy. And what will we do? We will follow the guidelines of the California Department of Public Health. Again, I know I'm a simple person, so I'll say it simply. We don't make those rules, but we do follow them. We have to follow them. And right now, the California Department of Public Health has not ruled on masks for the fall yet. In the fall for us is, Dennis, August 12th. Is that the date for our first day of school?
Yes.
11th, 12th? Yeah, August 12th. Thank you.
Thursday the 12th.
Yeah, August 12th. Thank you. So there is no ruling on that by the California Department of Public Health. So if we're hearing folks out there saying, hey, Snowline is committed to wearing masks, we don't know yet. We just don't know. We'll find out. And whatever we're required to do, we will. But know that that's what we're planning for. Full in-person learning, as well as Snowline Academy, to support those who want not the in-person, but want an online option. So we're real thrilled to have those two options and doing the planning for that. So thanks, Alan, for putting that slide up. We'll go to the next one and just kind of wrap up here. So those recommended next steps is that we continue to communicate with our stakeholders. Everybody needs to know what I just said. We'll continue to get those pieces out, not just what the governor said today, but certainly also those opportunities to vaccinate. We're real believers that we're going to take every resource that we can get our hands on and put them in front of people, right? Their opportunities, as it says there. Continue to do the planning for 2021-22. That's the coming school year that begins on August 12th in the ways that I said, right? And that is, again, in person as well as homeschool options. And as it says there, we communicate them, but we've got to keep them informed. So not only communicate, but continue to keep people informed. Know that my letters that I put out will continue to do that as is needed, but even use video and other forms to ensure that everyone stays up to speed. So President Hernandez, I know it's a little shorter, but hopefully it's to the point and everyone understands where we're focused for the coming year. Certainly answer any questions based upon what might be needed for any of the board members here.
All right, thank you. No, it sounds great and exactly what direction we want to go. And once again, we're exactly where we want to be. Any questions from the board? Oh,
Mine was kind of answered. Just wondering if, on the masks, obviously, if anything would be different for the staff for right now, and it seems like we're just going to keep hold it.
Yeah, keep holding, and we'll inform everyone. It actually could even change tomorrow based upon the work that Dennis Zimmerman will do tomorrow. Dennis, you want to speak to what you have tomorrow? I just didn't give a whole lot of details, but what we do and we've been doing for the whole pandemic, right? You can speak to all that good work you've been doing that way.
Yeah, for the entire pandemic, we have been participating in a 9 a.m. webinar with Atkinson Anderson, Loya Rumo, and Red, just our attorney firm that helps guide us. And they give us updates, direct us to new documents that have come from week to week. Today was their last scheduled one of those Tuesday 9 a.m. webinars, thinking that today would roll things forward. So hopefully that's going to be the case. But tomorrow they're doing an hour and a half trying to clarify what was said today and what documents have come out from California Department of Public Health, how that works in conjunction with what Cal OSHA has not come out with yet. Cal OSHA dictates what employers and employees are held accountable for in California. And then California Department of Public Health is who's going to be giving the guidance for schools. And then the governor's rollback of other things, business related, economy related, large event related, and trying to see how do all those work together. Cal OSHA is meeting on Thursday. Again, this will be the third time they have met since the beginning of June. They normally meet pretty much quarterly to make decisions about things or talk about things. So third meeting since I think June 5th. And we're waiting to see. We know what we want. We know what we're hoping for. What we're hearing is that California and the California Department of Public Health are going to adhere to the national guidelines from CDC. There is talk that CDC is going to come out with some school guidance. And thus far, CDC has moved quicker than California's state and local groups, and been quicker to make adjustments. And California has really kind of put the brakes on, slowed that down. And in San Bernardino County, our county public health has deferred to sticking with California Department of Public Health. You go over to LA County, for the most part, has been stricter than California Department of Public Health. So it's very different. But what we are definitely aiming for is full reopening and a return to pre-COVID days. But again, we're still trying to get that guidance. So tomorrow's an hour and a half with the attorney group. I think they're doing another workshop next week, waiting to see where it's going to go. And I also think the state budget is going to play into this. There's still a fair amount of wrestling going on between the legislative branch and the executive branch. So, our state Senate and state assembly and the governor on Senate Bill 98 expiring on June 30th, which is what dictated the distance learning that had to be done. And the governor is saying distance learning only through Snowline Academy type programs. And there are some folks in the legislature pushing for parents to have the option of doing distance learning through their school, their neighborhood school, and or through other programs. And again, we have an amazing program to provide those to our families, where we always have, versus trying to thin down the staff that we have that are serving students in person with other duties and other responsibilities. But we're still in a wait and see mode. California Department of Public Health has gone on record saying they'll let school districts know by the end of July what the new school year looks like. Well, they've got to hear, and they will hear, that that's not enough time with the majority of the 1,000 school districts in California having the first day of school in August. Very few districts still return to school Tuesday after Labor Day. Most districts will be in session. I think with us, Snowline, first day of school, second Thursday in August, which has been our tradition for quite some time. I think we were one of the first districts in the high desert to move to that time frame. I think we, for a second year in a row, will be the last school district to start in the high desert out of the half a dozen, districts in, locally. So it's going to give us time to be ready. But again, August 12th does not seem early. I'm just saying that's a date earlier than like the other districts are. So I think there might be one district starting the same day as us, and then the others are starting, earlier that week or the week prior.
Yeah, thanks, Dennis. Appreciate that. Hopefully that helps there, Member Flores.
All right, very good. I guess there are no other comments to that. We'll open this up to item L, board member comments. Member Flores.
I've got none at this time.
Thank you, sir. Member Behringer.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to comment about the number of ceremonies that I was able to attend last week that were just fabulous and in celebration of all of our students. I just want to thank all of the parents and the teachers and administrators and just everybody, all of Snowline's family, for participating in such a wonderful outpouring and a wonderful ceremony. And that's all I have.
Thank you very much. Clark Loom.
No comments.
Very good. Same here. Got to visit several of the events last week. A great big shout out to Mrs. Hughes and Miss Barber over at Vista Verde. A beautiful kindergarten promotion, high energy, loved it. Beautiful day, great work to you and your entire staff. Over with non-traditional, Mr. Chad Brooks, fantastic showing out there, beautiful work. Once again, can't thank these guys enough for all that they do. And Serrano High School, a beautiful night, absolutely wonderful. So culminating a tough year, but really do appreciate everybody's energy as we cross that finish line together. Speaking of finish lines, all the retirees, congratulations. Do appreciate all the hard work. And to all of our staff and everybody working towards that retirement, keep up the good work. Do appreciate it. And we'll move that to administrative comments. Mr. Miller.
Thank you, President Hernandez. Just a few things to mention tonight. First of all, I'll start off with some business here, just trying to keep all of you informed regarding the academic achievement of our kids, specifically in this case with our seniors that were moving forward towards graduation. And, we had some hurdles to overcome for sure. I want to say specifically at the staff over at Serrano High School with that those very rigorous graduation requirements, did a tremendous job of getting so many students past the finish line for graduation, which was great. The only downside is that we have 22 students who did not graduate or were not able to graduate, 9 of which were special education students. There's some very specific actions in play right now to help support those students, specifically with the special education students, adhering to their IEPs and possibly giving them a fifth year, which will benefit them. There's, in regards to our general education students, just trying to make some things happen in the way of Snowline Academy for some credit recovery, or even maybe some in-person opportunities over at Serrano High School to help recover those credits. We also have a couple other things still in play out there. AB 104 did not officially pass yet at the state level, so that may come back and we would have to act retroactively on that by defaulting to the state minimum graduation requirements. Students last year, going back to the 2020 graduating class, we still have AB 1340, 1350 that we can go to also, that it really mirrors AB 104, except it doesn't have the retention piece that we talked about. So we've got some things in play. We definitely want to closely monitor those students that weren't able to graduate this June. And we want to find out how many of them are enrolled in the credit recovery classes and And then when the dust settles there, look at some contingency plans in which we can go ahead and award them a high school diploma. So we're closely monitoring that. But at this point, with those 22 students not graduating, it does up our dropout rate as it will appear on the dashboard. So we want to make sure, first and foremost, for the good of the students, but then also to make sure that we are taking pride in that low dropout rate, which we've always had. And then going on, just on the same spirit of the same conversation, looking at some damage control that we're going to have to do going into next year and probably subsequent years. We're closely monitoring our students in the lower grades, 10th grade, incoming 10th graders, 11th graders, and 12th grade. Dave Winward put together some good data for me today, and we've got right now 51% of those grades that I mentioned. So once again, incoming 10th, 11th, 12th grade, 51% total students are on track, and in some cases have more credits than peers. So they're doing well. They're in the green. We've got 14% total students that can still graduate if they pass all classes going forward. Then going down to the red, 12%, 171 students, total students that need at least one summer school class. And then going down into a purple tier, if you will, 15%, 221 students, total students in jeopardy need at very least every summer available and 7th period PE or additional edgenuity for credit recovery. And then we have on that lowest tier, 8%, 113 students, total students in serious jeopardy needs to exceed potential credit opportunities. So that's what's on our radar right now. And once again, we'll be working very closely on that to make sure we're supporting those students by every means necessary. And now on to some good news. SHS Avid wanted to give some shout outs and really say some names that were passed on to me by Christy Drew. Actually, she shared these names with a number of people of students in the Avid program that were accepted to college. So Dion Shane Henderson will be attending UC Santa Cruz this next year. Keziah Bede, Cal State San Bernardino. Bibiana Osigura, Cal State Chico. Janelle Castillo, Chaffey College. Leslie Contreras, VVC. Eliana Garcia is on the wait list currently for UCR, but has enrolled in VVC as a backup. And then Kimberly Huerta, Cal State San Bernardino. Alan Aguilera, VVC. So I just wanted to thoroughly congratulate those students for all of their hard work and the teachers in the Avid program for helping them navigate their journey for post-secondary education. And then I'm going to display my screen real quick just to show you what is upcoming in the Mountaineer Progress. Let me see. Pardon me for just a moment. Just in the spirit of celebration, this will be our full Mountaineer Progress page celebrating success, Snowline graduations, and promotions for June 2021. Ryan wrote a wonderful little narrative there. And then, of course, pictures say 1,000 words are worth 1,000 words. We've got some wonderful photos of our graduating students or promoting students that happen throughout the week. So please be looking for that in your Mountaineer Progress coming forward. And of course, we'll go ahead and post that on the district webpage and through social media, and we'll share it with all of our teachers and staff. So thank you, and that's all I have, President Hernandez.
Thank you so much. Mr. Zimmerman.
Yes, thank you, President Hernandez. I just want to say a big thank you to our incredible staff that worked so hard to prepare things for the student celebrations. I mean, kindergarten, 5th grade, 8th grade promotions, 12th grade graduations were just incredible last week, and even starting the week before that. Some of them just so fun to celebrate with students, with family, with staff. But there was a tremendous amount of work that went in behind the scenes for a number of months. You know, measuring distance and making sure all the safety precautions were there, making sure invitations got out there, as well as all the academic things going on behind the scenes to support students and families. But just, I don't know. I mean, I know it's been crazy. I know it's been hard, but that week and a half of promotion and graduation celebrations was the most fun I've had, in a long, long time in our roles, because people were so excited. One, to just see one another, but two, just to celebrate kids. And so thank you, board, for the support on that, for letting us run with that. Many districts really toned that down and tamped that down for a second year in a row. And Snowline set the bar so high, it's going to be interesting when we do get back to a non-COVID year, if people are going to then be expecting, at the high school level, a full week of nightly celebrations and promotions and different things. But man, what a great year it's been. So that's been tremendously, tremendously fun. Thank you to Alan and Bub and their incredible support teams, as well as the many, many different community groups that, that help to provide us all the feedback, and staff to provide us all the information necessary to put together the 2021, 2022 through 2024 budget, as well as the next round of the 3-year LCAP. Tremendous amount of work. Just thank you for all the leadership and the guidance and the hard work we've got going on here. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chacon.
Thank you, President Hernandez. Just a big thanks to the audiovisual team cranking through last week. Last week was a very long week for us. Live streamed several events last week, 3 full events live streamed, and then supporting school sites with whatever AV tech issues that they had along the way. So just a big shout out to that group. I owe you guys some Red Bulls, so I appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Ms. Stapp.
Yes, just a quick, just kind of an informational comment for the board. As you know, I have been attending the CSBA Executive Assistant Certification Program. So what you will see are just some changes in the way I'm doing things with the minutes. They'll look shorter, less wordy, as one of the important points they brought up to us was that less is more on the minutes. They're supposed to be just a brief summary. And so I'm working hard towards that goal because one of the things that they cautioned against is that when you start putting people who give community comments, their names, information, some comments may be from board members, and I'm not saying this board, but can come back to possibly be litigious. And so they're asking that we just keep things very simple, and that council has given that that guidance to districts. So that was one of the things. So you'll see that on the minutes. The other thing is, thank you to Dennis. He forwarded an email from our attorneys regarding the Brown Act, that the executive order that Governor Newsom has in place will continue through September 30. And, but after that, it will probably be business as usual, which we've kind of been operating that way for the most part anyways. I also loved going to Baldy Mesa Elementary School's promotion. It was fabulous. I can't say enough for the energy and the importance that kids feel in that drive-through opportunity that they're given, because it's so focused just on them in that car, with the little stations that they have of teachers for each grade level. And so I appreciate everybody and all their work, all the sites in the district and administration, just great work. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Holman.
Yeah, thank you, President Hernandez. I'm going to start with a leadership opportunity that we have coming up on Thursday. It's an opportunity for us to get together and further the learning that's really necessary. Two specific areas. One of our core values, equity for all. We're going to be doing some really powerful work there that'll be aligned with our core value and belief statements that you had approved a little while ago. So look forward to more feedback in that regard. And then Ron Powell, Dr. Ron Powell, I should say, he's a friend of Snowline, an outstanding educator, researcher. He's going to be delivering also to our leaders information specific to the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on the brains of children and staff, the trauma that was experienced in that regard, and what we can do about it to make certain that that trauma is mitigated, so that in turn, not only can staff members be more effective, but also promote learning for kids in the ways that we had some discussions about today, or tonight during this meeting. So looking forward to that time together. And then also want to, I guess I'll start by thanking the board for being so very supportive, really all the time, but specific to last week. We asked all of you to move the board meeting so that we could engage in supporting our school sites. And I really saw, everybody get out and support the schools, including yourselves. And so thank you so very much for doing that. I know that's not easy on your schedules. We greatly appreciate what you did. It says a lot about where you place your priorities, and that is around the employees, so that they can support ultimately our students, right, in our learning community. So thank you for doing that. And when we speak to that, I want to thank also, when we talk about moving the board meeting, thanks to Alan Miller and Student Learning Support Services for all the outstanding work on the LCAP, and then Robert Chacon and all of his colleagues, the outstanding work on the budget. Those are gigantic tasks. And that change, while people might say, well, hey, that was additional time, sure it was, but it still changed the timeline. And so thank you, especially in regards to both of them leading a gigantic cause that's so very important to the success of our school district. So to you and your teams, outstanding work there. And then I just want to capitalize on what Dennis said, as well as Nancy, specific to those graduations and promotions. Boy, Snowline met the moment, just simply put. And I was able to get to every single school during those times, and without fail, while there may have been some differences, the similarities were incredibly powerful. And that was, they're all focused on kids. They're all focused and centered around the idea of lifting up every single child involved in those celebrations, and certainly doing the same for the family members, and really making no excuses for the pandemic, and really, like Dennis talked about, setting standards that far exceeded anything I've even heard of. And I just have to say how proud I was to be witness to that effort. Could have been very easy for any others outside of here, of course, in Snowline, because it didn't happen, to just say, hey, we'll do whatever we need to and move on. That was absolutely not the case. Every single experience was so very powerful. And I concur with Dennis. Boy, it was, to use a bad pun, it was a shot in the arm that was needed for us as educators to see that despite a crisis, and we can call the pandemic crisis, I think it's nothing less than that, didn't get in the way of doing what's, I think, most important. That's serving kids and serving them the best of ways, and that's celebrating their great work. So President Hernandez, thanks for letting me share that, and appreciate all that all of you have been doing here.
Thank you so very much. There being no further business to come before the board, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Member Flores. I guess everybody is enjoying this. I want to hang out for a bit longer. A second.
Second.
Thank you, Clerk Cologne. Roll call vote. Member Flores,
Aye.
Member Berenger,
Aye.
Clerk Cologne.
Aye.
I vote aye as well. Thank you, everybody, for joining us tonight. We appreciate it. Have a good night.